To time, our colleague Yehuda point in time, our colleague Yehuda and we, as well as then later Mick Ryan, General Mick Ryan, called it a strategic defeat, and that everything which flows from there will be a sequence, maybe a long one, maybe a hard one, but a sequence of battlefield defeats. And this is exactly what we're seeing at the moment, because the Ukrainians managed to overcome them.
They taught us that you shoot the enemy not until you think he's dead. You shoot him until he thinks he's dead. And
Agreed.
The Russians,
absolutely.
the Russians don't think they're dead yet. So it's not over until they realize that they've lost and admit it.
100%. So
one to the head, two to the heart.
I knew you would say that. Chuck, no, we completely agree here. So you're running into open doors, and we much appreciate what you've been bringing to us. Now, how did it continue afterwards? You said you were to Mykolaiv and back to the front line. What happened next? I mean, did you manage to go through the fighting withdrawal? Obviously, was the last somewhat professional action this army has taken, whilst at the same time committing atrocities in the northwest of Kyiv. But still, where did you go next after Mykolaiv and the likes?
Let's see. After Mykolaiv, I was gone for. Let's see. I was in Mykolaiv for about 3 weeks. I'm trying to remember the timeline here. Was gone for July and came back in August, and then I kind of had a different job in August. I only went to the front lines a couple of times. Went to Kramatorsk and stayed in the hospital that was later bombed, and we went to a place called Pisky down in. There's several places called Pisky, but this one at the time was on the front line. Sort of southeast of Dnipro, and we did a couple of things down there, going out with the medics from Slovyansk as they were pushing in to take Severodonetsk, and doing some pieces on that, and then went and helped. Didn't help. I went and reported on them delivering drones and Starlink receivers and other technology to the troops down in the southeast, and saw how they were using those. That was pretty fascinating. Then we made a half-hour documentary about Russian atrocities throughout the course of the war, and actually ended up with some sort of medal from the president for that one, although he still hasn't agreed to give me a passport, but that's what I'm pushing for. So that was August, and then left for about a month, and then came back just a couple of weeks ago.
What will be your focus in the coming weeks? What are the places you're going after? Is it going back to the line of contact, going closer to the operation, or is it also talking to civilians who are currently undergoing significant challenges with the continuing terror campaign, even if it were to be, shall we say, deflected?
Sort of all of the above. I mean, I'm open to do whatever kind of comes my way. I've made some very good contacts within the military and military intelligence side, even within the president's inner circle. And so what happens is they will call me and say, "Hey, we've got a mission. Are you available?" And I'll say, "Sure." And I usually don't get told what it is until we're on our way. And then I just film what I can film and make news out of it later on. So I know I've got a mission coming up this week, but I haven't been told what it is yet. It will certainly be out to the line of contact somewhere, but I'm not sure where. I'm hoping we can make it down south. So I'm also going to try to do a little reporting on some of the organizations that have the third-party non-governmental organizations that have stepped up and are still here. So many of them came and got a photo op and then left, but there are many who are still on the ground here that are helping the Ukrainian people. and even in very risky places and situations. So I'm going to do some more talking about that. But I brought my family with me this time, and so it kind of changes the dynamic a little bit because I have to leave them here in Kyiv when I go places. And this one of the very interesting things about this conflict is that A, because it's such a big country, and B, because it's the first true social media war. There is so much that I can glean from Telegram. It's almost like I just sit here at my computer as a control center, and I can, I can't be in the north and the south and the east and everywhere all at the same time, but I can. I don't have to be there physically because I can be there virtually. So I can collect up information from sources like this one. I listen into you guys, and I learn things every time I listen to groups like this. And then I can put together packages that continue to raise awareness for the war in the rest of the Western world.
Very much appreciated, and this is exactly what the space is about, and this is why we actually continue this on a daily basis with speakers such as you. We have a couple of questions, I presume, from the audience, if you don't mind me handing over the mic. Chris.
Sure.
Chris. That's funny. So if Chris can't find his mic,
I'm here. Sorry.
Are you malamuting?
No, not malamuting. I just couldn't get my phone to come up. Hopefully the volume's okay. Is it? I'm desperately trying to make sure that my voice isn't too loud. Great to meet you, Chuck. Axel, I'm gonna just do something here, which I was gonna do before Chuck appeared, and see what he makes of it. And actually, I've just got his little phrase here. You shoot them until they think they are dead, not you think they are dead, right? So if you could just think back to the conversation before Chuck arrived at that, I was going to say that we are not tough enough for this fight with the Russians, right? And then I was going to exclude you, Axel, and I was going to exclude Battle Moose, right? Because you're probably tougher than most of us, right? You're the one that does hold the line and push the line. And where I'm trying to get to, it's difficult to explain this, right? But I'm thinking, yeah, the problem is here, that our brains don't work like the Russians' brains. So when we think we're being tough, we're actually not. And so we need to somehow move it further right, but we can't because we don't know how to, most of us. And hopefully that's sort of a question. I'm sort of saying, how do we, because I don't think, I think partly what you're saying is, look, and what Battle Moose is saying, we are not being tough enough with the Russians. We're being too much like wimps. Can we ever change as a society? Can we become tough enough? And I hope, Chuck, that's okay for you, because I'd really like your comments on that.
Well, I actually wrote a book about that topic several years ago, but I think, first of all, you have to make a differentiation between, there is a difference between tough and brutal. And Russians are not that tough, but they are brutal, barbaric in some instances. And that's, the brutality is the unflinching, uncaring ability to cause pain and suffering on others with no feeling for yourself. It's a psychopathic sense of toughness. Whereas the true toughness, I think, is simply refusing to be motivated by comfort or fear or pride in any case. And so when it comes to how that applies to this conflict, or how that applies to the Russians, is that and again, I hesitate to do this. I'm a reporter. I have my reporter hat on. I don't do commentary. I do news, and I'll tell you what's happening on the ground here. But if you'll indulge me for a moment while I take that hat off and move into the realm of commentary and opinion, I believe that the way that you counter a bully like Russia, a brutal force like Russia, is with true toughness, and that is the willingness to do the right thing, even if it's scary, even if it's potentially costly, even if it might end up in a nuclear war. When I hear pundits and politicians saying we can't push Russia to the brink because they've got nukes and we don't want to be responsible for them using those nukes, I think that's completely wrong. It's completely backwards. We will never be responsible for Russia using its nukes unless we literally invade Russia. Russia is responsible for using its nukes if it chooses to do so, which I don't think it will. But it's the West's responsibility to do the dirty, difficult, costly, uncomfortable, scary work of men and stand up to the dark force so that it gets scared back underneath its rock for another 75 years or so. That's my definition of toughness. So I think that we don't have to be brutal to be tough. We just have to be willing to do the next right thing. And the next right thing starts with, because you can do the right thing morally, and that can be a very costly thing economically. You could do the right thing economically, and that could be very costly morally. So sometimes those things are in contention with one another. And so I think there has to be a hierarchy of those things. In my opinion, at least the way I was raised, you start by asking what's right, and you go from there. And it's not always black and white. It's not always, just A or B. There are lots and lots of times in life where it's just messy and thorny and complicated, and that's just living on planet Earth, man. And personally, that's where I get on my knees and ask my Creator for help in making a good decision. I think if I didn't have that trust that there was a greater power to believe in, I wouldn't be able to A, continue doing this job, or B, continue to have any faith in humanity. So there's your philosophizing from Chuck Holton for today.
Chuck, let's dive deeper into what's right. You served your war reporter. You have a particular ability, let's say, or particular qualification here to comment on this much more so than many other war reporters. From what you've seen between February and now, how did you see the Ukrainian military change in that time? You said, initially it was a little bit of a confusion. Obviously, when a much larger country attacks you, you mentioned some cases of, possible friendly fire. I really hope they missed that time. But how have you seen the morale change? How have you seen the approaches the Ukrainian soldiers take change? How have you seen the developments on the fronts change? More perhaps on a personal level, rather than this 30,000 foot view looking at a map level.
Can you still hear me? It just told me that I was disconnected. So
loud and clear.
Okay, good. I don't think the has changed a whole lot. The morale was high at the beginning, and it's high now. What has changed is the organization. It was absolutely big boy country at the beginning, and anybody wanted to pick the gun and to the front, go for it. The fact that they passed a law that if you murder a Russian inside of a Russian soldier inside of Ukraine, that there won't be any consequences. Everybody's free to kill Russians. You have to kill all the Russians you want. At the beginning, people were running around. They were very jumpy. They were very there was a lot of uncertainty, and so you had to be very careful, even just walking or driving around Kyiv, because they would shoot first and ask questions later. There were several journalists that were shot. We were yanked out of our car a couple of times and proned out on the ground with guns to our heads until they figured out who we were. It was craziness. And you drove around Kyiv and you didn't obey any speeding laws or stoplights or anything. You just got where you had to go. Now it's much more organized. They have they've done a great job at recruiting and at training and at organizing. They had and still have a lot of I think just wealthy businessmen who formed their own units and then sort of integrated themselves to some extent into the Ukrainian command structure. But that's a little more organized now than it was at the beginning, where we just had militias running around just doing whatever they wanted almost. I mean, it was crazy. Now Russia has a larger force on the ground than Ukraine has a larger force on the ground than Russia does. They have more tanks than Russia does in theater. Many of those tanks came from Russia. They call it the Russian Lend-Lease program. So that organization brings with it bureaucracy. There's a lot more to it now. If you want to go somewhere, there's a series of accreditations you have to get, and usually for any event you want to cover anywhere in this country, even though I have military credentials, number 41 out of 20,000 or so that have been issued. Those aren't good enough. I have to get additional credentials for every separate event that I want to cover. Unless I am with some of these contacts that I mentioned, and then I can kind of go with them and just do whatever I want. And that's why I spend a lot of time with those guys. The Ukrainians have done a fantastic job at supporting the Fourth Estate in their country, covering the war. I was concerned, for example, about my visa status because technically you can stay in Ukraine for 90 days out of 1 year without getting a visa, just as a tourist. And if you stay longer than 90 days, then you've got to get an actual visa. Well, I don't have an actual visa, and I've been here more than 90 days, and I didn't want to get myself in trouble. So I asked this friend of mine in the president's office, and he got back to me and said, if you're here reporting on the war, you're good to go. As long as you've got your military credentials, you can stay as long as you want. And I said, well, how about getting me a passport? Because that's been my goal. I've always wanted a Ukrainian passport. I don't know why. Just sounds like a James Bond thing to do. So it's more organized now. It's more bureaucratic now, but it's also that organization makes it easier in some ways to do my job because they have a whole unit of the government that is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is aimed at assisting journalists like me in doing my job. So I can go to Ukrinform, which is a little office down the street from my apartment, and ask those guys, hey, I'm doing a story about Mykolaiv. Can you get me somebody from Mykolaiv to interview? And they'll set me up with somebody. They'll either bring him here or send one of their journalists out there or set us up with a Zoom call or something like that to get the interview. And they will help me with translations and all sorts of, B-roll and anything that I need. If I want to fly my drone, you imagine how difficult that would be. right now, I can get in touch with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs up there, and they will give me permission to fly my drone when and where I need it, stuff like that. So that's fantastic. And you could literally report on this war almost as well as I do here in Kyiv from anywhere in the world because of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the stuff that they put out through Uconform and other channels. So that's, I guess, how it's changed. The morale is roughly the same. There was probably a lull in the summer as that, sort of almost ground to a halt going both directions, and the Russians looked like they were taking more and more territory in the south and in the east. But now that's back, and these guys are ready to rumble. They are really excited.
Thank you, Chuck. Dan, do you have a question for Chuck? Please go ahead.
Yes. So, what was his biggest surprise? He was there like at the very beginning, right? So, what was his biggest surprise relative to pre-war expectation? What was the thing that happened that he just did not see coming?
Well, everybody was saying that the Russians would take over in a matter of days, and I was no different. I looked at the same information everybody else did, and concluded that the Russians would probably stampede through most of Ukraine, and I figured it would turn into an insurgency. Just seeing what the mood was of the Ukrainian people, even in the Donbass region before the war started, it was pretty clear that they were not going to go down without a fight, but it was also clear that they were outgunned and outmanned at that point. And so it looked like it would only be a matter of time before this was the Crimea situation. So I was very surprised, again, as I started to see those signs of cracks forming in this impenetrable wall of the second biggest military in the world, et cetera, et cetera. And started to, I remember out in Bucha or Irpin, somebody took a med kit off of a dead Russian soldier and showed it to me, and it was the bandages in that med kit were packed in the 1950s, and his tourniquet was a little leather belt. This med kit looked like something out of World War II, and I was like, "You've got to be kidding me!" Like, what? It's just little things like that that started to make you shake your head and go, "Wait a minute! Like, these guys are not anything like what we expected." And so, yeah, that was the biggest surprise.
Thank you, Chuck. Dan, do you have any more questions?
Well, my only other one is he mentioned that within a couple of weeks in, he realized that the Russians were losing, and even though that most of the media had not caught on to that, what was this most specific factor that clued him in?
Well, you can always address Chuck directly. He's right here and he's listening to you. So,
Yeah,
Chuck, please go ahead.
Sorry,
I got you, Dan. Yeah, I got you. Like I say, I just, again, seeing that they were so poorly motivated, poorly led, poorly trained, and poorly equipped with high technology, I somehow was under the impression that Russian troops were roughly as well equipped as American troops in terms of night vision and medical gear and weapons and things like that. And then what we started to see as there was actually contact with these Russian troops was that they were using. I was wondering, like, why haven't they taken out the cell phone system out? And I expected that to be one of the first things to go. And then it turned out they didn't take it out because
Was that me dropping out, or was that Chuck dropping out?
It might have been me.
Go ahead, Chuck, please.
Okay. I don't know how much you missed, but the fact that they didn't have the night vision that I expected, they didn't have the communications that I expected, they didn't have the medical that I expected, and certainly, I mean, it was obvious from the start that they weren't motivated to be here, and so even their leadership was not prepared for this, and that became very clear, very apparent at the beginning to anybody who's ever been in the military, at least. You know, those sorts of things started to add up, and the formula just in my head was I couldn't see how it could come out to a victory for Russia.
Thank you very, very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Chuck. Another question. You've been there since the beginning of it, and you commented on the failure to take Kiev during the early weeks of the invasion. Have you been to Bucha or Irpin? Can you share with us what you know about those two specific parts of Ukraine
Sure.
when they were liberated by Ukrainian forces, or when the rout hit the Russian forces and they had to pull out? And if you've been, and what you saw, and what you know about it.
Yeah, I was there before, during, and after the Russians took those areas. In the beginning, when they were first pushing into Bucha and Irpin, and you all saw the images of that bridge that was blown, and there were people desperately trying to get out of those areas into Kiev proper, and by crossing that, it was kind of a little footbridge across the river underneath ruins of that. The vehicle bridge was blown. We went there and ended up pitching in. There were a lot of there, and you could tell it was so desperate. Snipers had shot a man up who was standing on the bridge, so everybody was really worried about snipers, and there were people down underneath. People was hiding underneath the ruins of the bridge on the Irpin side, and then trying to get across to the waiting buses and ambulances on the Kiev side. And so everybody sort of started pitching in and helping the wounded and the aged people to get across that little footbridge, including myself and our team. And that was probably one of the most powerful moments of the whole conflict for me. Just, getting to that point where you're like, okay, we've got enough pictures of this. Screw this. We've got, we can't just stand here and watch these people die and get killed or drowned or, shot by snipers. We've got to do something to help. And so everybody just sort of, put their cameras on and carrying people across the bridge. There was after that, there was for a time still people trickling out in ones and twos, and I've got some interesting interviews with people who had been there under the Russian occupation, talking about the brutality, and we interviewed one girl who was shot by a Russian soldier just walking home from grandma's house. Weren't doing anything. She and her mom and the Russian just shot her mom in the, and the 19-year-old girl just held. She passed away. So we heard a lot about the atrocities that were taking place, and then once it was liberated, then we went back in and got footage and interviews and stuff of the horrors of that had been. It's still kind of a mess. I haven't been out there in the last few weeks, but I hear they're quickly trying to renovate it and rebuild, but it's going to take a while. Those areas were some of the worst that we've seen so far in terms of atrocities, but I can guarantee you that once they retake Kherson and Mariupol, that there will.
Thank you, Chuck. Chris, please go ahead.
Hi, mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Chuck, I'm just wondering if you can confirm this. When the invasion happened, I happened to see Sean Penn being interviewed on the telly, and I think I'm right in saying that at the time of the invasion, he was doing some filming in Kiev. So, you know, maybe you know him, or maybe you know about that. And the story, like my story, is that in the interview that he had, he was asked, what did Sean think the outcome might be of the war, and his only response was
disconnected.
Can
you hear me, Chuck? Sometimes there's a specific speaker-to-speaker problem.
Yeah, I hear you now. Go ahead.
Did you hear me, Chuck, as well? Did you hear what I said? Yeah. Chuck, did you hear what I said?
Nope, not hearing anything.
Okay, so it's a specific Chris to Chuck thing. Chris, am I right that you're?
Oh, okay. Is that what it is? I hear
Yeah,
you now.
it sometimes happens.
My microphone on.
Okay. Chuck, can you hear me?
That's strange.
Oh, okay.
No, it's a specific speaker-to-speaker thing. Chuck, Chris is trying to ask you about early on in the war, Sean Penn apparently filming in Kiev. If you can tell us a little bit more about that, if you encountered it, if you know anything about it. Chris, is that about right? Please say yes.
Yes. So basically, Doman,
okay.
Chris, it needs to be short because I can't go and say everything you say again. So
I know.
enough?
I'm going to make it short, Doman. Right. So basically, Sean Penn, when asked what Sean Penn thought, he said, "Go and watch Winter on Fire about Maidan." And that was all that he said.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Chuck, in case you didn't hear that, Sean Penn apparently said that if anybody wants to understand what's going on in Ukraine, go off and watch Winter on Fire. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Go up and watch Winter in
Winter on Fire. It's a documentary from the 1913, 1914 Revolution of Dignity that Chris is referencing, that Sean Penn was apparently referencing. This is a very interesting game of telephone now.
Not 1920,
no,
2013, 2014.
I'm usually too busy making television to watch any television. But I did see Sean Penn when he was here just for a moment at the Hyatt, or I think the Hyatt Hotel where he was staying. But I didn't speak with him or anything. There've been a lot of celebrities through here throughout the conflict. I hope they're. I mean, I think they're whatever awareness they can raise by being here is a good thing. Whether or not I think their movies are good or anything like that, I'm happy to have them.
Thank you, Chuck. Charles.
Hi, Chuck. Actually, my question is similar. We've heard on this space about some instances of war tourism. Bloggers, whoever it might be, traveling to the space, traveling to Kyiv. Do you see that on the ground there? Obviously, these people may be doing more of a burden than good. But what do you see on the ground there?
Oh, sure. There have been plenty of war tourists in here. They typically come in to Lviv and stay a couple of nights, if that, and then take off, or come get their picture taken, that sort of thing. I would even say that some of the people who come and actually join up or want to go out to fight are really engaging in a sort of war tourism. young guys, and they want to dedicate themselves to something, and so they come, and they really don't know anything about the history of Ukraine or anything like that, but they just feel like, well, just like we saw in the war against ISIS, that they're clearly defined good guys and bad guys. I want to be on the side of the good guys, and I feel like I need to do something, and so I want to go and take part in that. That's different in substance and form than the people who come, just to get a Instagram post or something. But we've seen plenty of those, and you still do. As a matter of fact, there was a lady out in front of the mall today that was making some sort of Instagram thing, and I was like, it just seems very ridiculous to see this woman all glammed up, standing in front of the mall in Kiev while the country's at war, and making, vapid posts on her Instagram about her shoes or something. It was one of those things that kind of makes you shake your head, I guess. But
In a way, though, it's a sense of normalcy, isn't it?
it kind of is, yeah, because you see the same thing all over the world, everywhere you go now. Even you see those guys out on the front lines that are out there making TikTok videos and dancing around and being silly. We would have gotten our heads handed to us when I was in the Army if we'd ever done something like that. But that's sort of par for the course nowadays.
Yeah, maybe just a follow up to that. So in your work there, when you're going about your work, how do you differentiate yourself from that? Because if that's all going on around you, I'm sure you have to try to prove that you're not one of those, right?
No, I don't. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense. I have never once thought I need to do something to differentiate myself from the Instagram crowd. I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with the Instagram crowd. They're reaching a demographic. I reach a different demographic. That's okay. I'm I'm a dinosaur in this business. I try to do things to stay current, like this. I mean, I think this is the first time maybe second time I've been on a Twitter space. Normally, I just look at Twitter to try to glean information from it. I don't contribute a lot, I don't think, but use it for a place to save the articles that I read. Nevertheless, all of those different formats have their place, I suppose. And I know that my 19-year-old daughter that's here with me, she would be much more likely to watch somebody's TikTok video than she would be to watch the news features that I make for CBN and Newsmax and others. So great, that's fine. Maybe that's the way to engage the younger crowd. It's okay.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Good luck, and yeah, thanks a lot for your work. Yeah,
My pleasure.
Thank you, Chuck. Joanna, go ahead.
Thank you, Doman. So, Chuck, I would like if you can tell us more about the life of Ukrainians near the hot zones
Oops, I'm
in
not
this
hearing
war. Do you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you loud and clear, Joanna. I think it's just Chuck that can't hear you. Joanna, do you want to drop the listener real quick and come back up the speaker? That might just reset it. So let's take 15 seconds, and that might fix the issue. Sometimes we get glitches because this is a video conferencing software that Twitter made into an audio interchange.
Oh,
Yeah.
So Joanna,
oh, yeah, I got her.
Perfect. Joanna, go
Yes,
ahead.
I wanted to, if you can, Chuck, tell us more about the life of Ukrainians in the hot zones, in the zones near the front line. I know you spent some time in Mykolaiv, in the city, and even on the front. And also, I know that you made a documentary about the hospital in Izium. So can you tell us more about how Ukrainians deal with this reality of the war? Thank you.
One of the things I've noticed about warfare in all the wars that I've covered is that warfare dramatically simplifies your life. You go from the really complicated, thorny relational life that you normally lead, where you have to pay attention to social cues and you have to uh, get the oil changed in your car, and you have to keep up with your insurance, and you have to worry about your cholesterol and all those sorts of things. And in warfare, you just are trying to stay alive from day to day. And there's, one group of people that are uh, an obstacle to you staying alive, and there's one group of people that is maybe a help to you staying alive. But really, what it comes down to is just that black or white. I've got to live from day to day. So and this is why I stay here. By the way, I get really disgusted at all the politics that swirls around this conflict and every other. I try to stay as far away from that as I can. But I have a heart. I can't help but have a heart for. I would be an alcoholic and divorced uh, with PTSD after 20 years of doing this job because of the amount of mayhem and death and destruction that I've seen. If it weren't for the fact that I believe that I can make a difference by telling the world about, just an example, when I was in Haiti after the earthquake and there were 250,000 dead and they were just piling bodies up in the streets because all the buildings were collapsed and there was nothing you could do. And people that, that were still alive didn't look much better than the dead ones. And it's so overwhelming. You say, what can I do, me, if I help that guy, big deal. He's one in the multi-millions. And, but I realized, no, I can tell their story and then the world can send help. And so regardless of the politics involved, I'm on the side of the suffering people. And so I've covered the war in Armenia, for example. Armenians are friends to the Russians. But the Armenians were in the same situation, roughly, that the Ukrainians are now. They were being invaded by a superior force that they didn't ask, they didn't ask for, and they were losing a lot of their young men. And so I went to cover that conflict. I'm here to tell the stories of those people who are having the worst day of their lives. What's interesting in this conflict is that so many of those people, up until February 24th, were more or less friendly towards Russia because they're of Russian descent. Now, those people are in Ukraine. They've grown up in Ukraine. They consider themselves Ukrainians, but they speak Russian. Even many people in the president's inner circle are native Russian speakers. That's their heart language.
Including the president.
Including the president himself. And so many of the people I've talked to out along the front lines in those areas that have been taken and then retaken or liberated by the Ukrainians, they at some point would have said, well, if this land where I live was called Russia, I wouldn't care. I'm happy to be Ukrainian as far as that goes, but whatever. My ancestors were all Russian, so I feel fine with Russia as a neighbor. Those people now vehemently hate Russia. And you don't even need to ask them why, because there's an Olympic-sized swimming pool where their garden or their house used to be because of the bombings, or their business is completely destroyed in civilian infrastructure. Or they haven't had water in months and months, or light or heat, and they've been living in a basement, and some of their friends have been pulled out and raped or shot just simply for being there. And so, I had one woman that I interviewed from Mariupol who said, if this is what Russians call salvation, then I would prefer damnation. What kind of salvation is this? Is what she's saying. And so that's my bailiwick as far as I'm concerned. I want to go and sit with those people and hear their stories, and got to hear some over the last couple of days that have been pretty amazing. Working on one right now about a pastor of a Baptist church in Kherson who was held in solitary confinement for a week or so, and then kept in prison for a while, and sort of miraculously was released from prison, even though the commandant of the prison said, if I had my way, we would just kill every one of you Ukrainians and start from scratch out here. That's what he told him. And this pastor and his 10 children were able to make it through all the filtration process and the checkpoints and everything and get out of the occupied areas, and they're now in Kyiv. Fascinating story that I'll be airing on Friday on CBN. So that's the part about this job that I love the most. Is it's the worst part in some ways, but it's to me the most impactful. Does that make sense?
Yes, of course. And yeah, I wanted to know more about this sense of community that Ukrainians seem to excel now. I remember you told the story about Mykolaiv and how the people managed to get water and help each other, and also about, as I said, about the hospital in Izium, who the doctors there continued to just try to operate in this wartime and conditions. So, if you can expand a little bit on this, thank you. Sorry for being so insistent. Thank you.
I think hardship brings people together. I mean, the best. It's always been said that the best friends you will ever make are the men that you face death with in combat, and that's true to a point. Facing hardship together brings people closer, and so Ukraine is experiencing that without a doubt right now, and has been for some time. I mean, really, that's something that's been building since even before 2008, but since they departed the Soviet Union, I'd say they are trying to get better at being united. It's neat to see how there are people volunteering their time to teach, for example, Russian-speaking people from the east of the country, who have relocated out to the west to Lviv and places like that. People volunteering their time to teach Ukrainian to their Ukrainian neighbors from the west who have never really bothered to learn it. But they want to learn it now because they want to be separate. There's even some people that are talking about giving up the Cyrillic language and changing Ukrainian to the Latin language at some point in the maybe not too distant future, of years from now, but at some point. I was just talking with a guy about that over the weekend, and just doing things to draw them. So in a way, I mean, being an American coming from probably the most divided culture in the history of mankind, I'd say in America you have two separate countries living in America, and there's they're mutually exclusive. They really can't exist in the same space in many ways. It's refreshing to come to Ukraine and to see a place where people are all focused on one thing, and that's survival. And the only thing they would argue with each other about is how to best be patriotic at this point, and that's pretty cool.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chuck. Chris, I'll make you be a gentleman, and I'll pass it off to Olga from Odessa. She's one of our regular contributors, born and raised Odessan, and I think she might have a question for you. Olga?
Yeah, hi. I have more a comment than a question. Just the language issue is, as always, exciting for me to hear as the person who's a Russian speaker and a very much Russian-speaking city. And many times speculated that Odessa was founded by the Russian Empress and it's a pro-Russian. Nevertheless, Odessa, for many, many years, for maybe long even before the collapse of the Soviet Union, didn't want to be Russia. Russian speakers, maybe, no, not maybe, there are people who wouldn't mind or who wouldn't care and under what flags they live. But most of people do, no matter the language. And I can't stop emphasizing that. As long as, and to the same extent as English doesn't belong to England, and to the same extent, the Russian language doesn't belong to Russia. So if you guys speak English, it doesn't mean you don't care if you're under the Stars and Stripes or under Union Jack. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, ethnic Russians, so what? Imposed Russian language, ban on Ukrainian language, so what? And just to be clear, not bothering to learn Ukrainian in the East or elsewhere. Ukrainian is a national language since 1991. It is taught at school. And if people finished school after, 2000s, or even in the mid of 1990s, of course they at least understand Ukrainian perfectly well. The other thing that they might not speak fluently because their language of everyday communication is Russian, but saying that people don't know Ukrainian at all is like incorrect. I'm sorry if it's like harsher than it's supposed to be, but most people are bilingual. They can switch between languages. Many people, not most. But understanding Ukrainian, I don't know, 99.99%. But practicing speaking Ukrainian is the other thing. Like speaking clubs, which are increasingly popular, including in Odessa, and of course in the west of Ukraine for those who moved there from eastern regions or southern regions. Yes, that's totally a thing. But they saying that they did not bother learning Ukrainian, of course they did. And if they have higher education after 2005, not maybe 7, the Ukrainian language and lit as the must-have exam. You cannot fail it. You can fail whatever you want, but not Ukrainian language and lit, at least language. So to a certain extent, people, of course, have a good command of the Ukrainian. So yeah, that was my comment. Sorry, this language is always triggering.
Fascinating. Thank you. I'm a linguist.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
And I am just fascinated by the interplay between the two languages and how, as you said, people, of course, they're taught Ukrainian, but even in everyday language, because I've been learning both languages for the last several months, sort of simultaneously through Duolingo and just learning, a few words here and there. But I'll hear a Russian word thrown out in the middle of a Ukrainian sentence, and I'll say, "Wait, are you guys speaking Ukrainian or Russian?" And I said, "Well,
it's
that
called
was a Russian word, but
Chuck. It's called surzik. We have this surzik mixture of Russian and Ukrainian, and it is spoken like in Poltava region very actively, and you can like spot the person. Yeah, that's like a different type, the mixture of Russian and Ukrainian. And just the last comment, and I promise to let you be just about using Russian in everyday life and for professional purposes. As long as Ukrainian is the national language, all the documentation, all legal documents, there is no way you can just there is no Russian language in the legal documentation in Ukraine. So I have a notary. We cooperate with her closely for many years, and she is not a fluent Ukrainian speaker. She speaks Russian. However, if you ask her something about some laws or some formulation for the documents, she has no idea how to say it in Russian. zero. She cannot formulate you a power of attorney or some simple extract from some register in Russian, because she has been using Ukrainian during her whole career for like 25 years, I guess. So this is the position and understanding and command of Ukrainians, and even from Russian-speaking regions regarding Ukrainian. So
That's cool.
yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. Always a pleasure having listening to you. Really, that's really what I wanted to say. Chris, shoot.
Hi, Damon. I'm hope the mic's okay. Far away, and hopefully Chuck can hear me now as well.
Yep, I hear you.
Oh, cool. Okay. I was just going to say, as I think you might know, Damon, I'm half Welsh and half English, and was taught Latin as well at school. Well, I would have been if I ever went. But
Chris, does that mean that you only wear sheepskin?
Yeah, yes. Don't go down that route, Axel.
Tim is not here. Tim is not here, so I can say it.
You have to have everything in both languages. Anyway, so Chuck, let me just try and explain, because I have a question. So the thing was that Sean Penn basically said, go and watch Winter on Fire, which was about Maidan, right? So I did. That's what I did. I went to watch Winter on Fire about Maidan, and I'll keep this short. But basically, when I watched that and I saw, the Ukrainians and what they did during that revolution, and particularly the fact that even though they were being shot, with snipers, etc., pseudo Russian, whatever they were, Berkut, whatever they were, even though they were being shot, they never actually, to my knowledge, picked up weapons and fought back. They basically just took it and peacefully, or relatively peacefully, protested. And at that point, I went, "Oh my gosh, the Russians are never going to take Ukraine. They're never going to take, any like major city if that's how the Ukrainians are going to act, right?" Now, and so then moving on from that, Chuck, right? I wanted to ask you what you thought about what had happened in Kherson, because Kherson is the only city that actually had been taken. So it looks like it was a combination of, mistakes, collaborators, traitors, etc. What do you think about that? What do you know? Why do you think that Kherson was taken by the Russians in the first place? If you can speak to that.
Well, first, your point about the Maidan Square massacre and all that. I was actually here for that. I was here reporting on it in 2014, and you're right. Was amazed at how these guys they threw up siege works, and they were 20-foot tall battlements made of tires and broken down cars and stuff, and it was crazy. We were staying at the Premier Palace Hotel, and then you'd have a nice 5-star breakfast in the morning and then walk down and cover the war. And it was unbelievable. It was really, really amazing time. And it was part of what really made me fall in love with Ukraine. It was not my first trip to Ukraine, but it was where I really got to know their spirit. When it comes to Kherson, I can only tell you what I've been told by residents and people in the military and the government, and that is just exactly what you said, that there were preparations in place to take Kherson. I was in Kherson about 2 weeks, about 10 days before the invasion started. And it was interesting. If you recall, the Russians were holding these massive military drills in Belarus. And in response to that, the Ukrainians held rather than military drills, they held rescue drills in Kherson, where they brought in firefighters and riot police and things like that, and held a big and it was incredible to watch. It was almost like a set of a movie. They had all these opposing forces out there, and rioters, protesters, and stuff. Guys that were, that was their job, was to act like protesters or whatever for this exercise. And they brought in fire trucks and ambulances and everything, and it was amazing to see. But the most amazing thing was that at one point I turned around and the president Zelensky was standing there about 50 feet to my left, and he just came in quietly, no fanfare, with a whole bunch of his guys, and they stood and watched the whole proceedings, watched the exercise, and then gave some comments afterwards. And somebody, I think it was Trey from this guy from Fox News, asked him some specific question about, why are you not holding military drills? Why are we doing drills with the, and he just, I forget exactly what his answer was, but it was something along the lines of, we don't want people to panic. We don't want people to believe that we're about to go, that we want to go to war with Russia, but we want everyone to know that we're prepared to deal with anything that happens if Russia does decide to invade. But he also, as a part of that exercise, they did a part of it right on the canal that provides water to the Crimea that they had shut off in 2014. And that was where I realized that if Russia invades, it's not about Nazis, it's not about corruption, it's not about all these provocations that they've ginned up to try to make excuses for what they wanted to do. They were coming in here because Crimea needs that water, and it wasn't getting it. Somebody told me that the reservoir in Crimea was at 7% capacity on that day when we were down there. They mentioned that, and that Sevastopol really couldn't function as a military base without more water. So they needed to take Kherson to get that canal running again and get the water down there. And so it was going to be one of their major objectives when they invaded. That was good. And they were trying to split the country from the south between Mykolaiv and Odessa. Not Mykolaiv, I'm sorry, Mariupol on the right and Odessa on the left. So that and the Zaporizhia nuclear plant. I don't know how much you've spoken about this in the past, but I'm pretty fascinated by the timeline of events with so Zaporizhia was built as a part of the Soviet power system, power grid, and has always functioned as a part of the Soviet power grid. Even after the Soviet Union fell, that power grid remained. And so if you would ask, which 4 million people does this power plant provide power to? It's not any particular 4 million people, because the way it's a distributed network, just like we have in the United States. So you have various different power plants, they all contribute to the grid, and then the grid takes power that it needs for the users. As it happens, that Zaporizhia plant was providing a good maybe 7% or 8% of the total grid capacity of the Russian power grid. Now, a few years ago, I did a documentary about the fragile state of the United States power grid and just how outdated it was and how badly it would be affected if just certain nodes on the grid got taken out, which could be done with the deer rifle. And if just the right nodes were taken out, it would take down the entire U.S. power grid for something like 2 years as we tried to rebuild it. Well, however bad the U.S. power grid was, the Russian power grid's that much worse. Apply the Soviet, mindset to the U.S. power grid, and that's what you get. And so Zaporizhia was planning to switch over and stop providing power for the old Soviet grid and start providing power for Europe, connect to the European power grid. And Russia kept saying, "Don't do that, don't do that." You know, because Russia desperately needs that power, and they did it anyway. They made the first test where they switched to the European power grid on February 24th at about 4 hours before the invasion began. And I've always wondered if, you know, in the final analysis, that will be the catalyst that started the invasion. If Putin was wondering, you know, was trying to scare them into not making that switch, but then they did. Maybe somebody here knows more about that.
Yeah, I could. I was reading deeply into that back in February, March, April. It was the whole grid, right? The whole grid was switching. The Zaporizhia nuclear power plant specifically wasn't one way or another. The whole Ukrainian grid was switching over.
Right.
And in the nick of time, absolutely. Actually, what's kind of fascinating is how impressed the various European regulators were about just how stable they were managing to keep the network while there was a war going on in Ukraine, right? And Russia did initially target some of the energy infrastructure, but not anything like to the scale that they have over the recent couple of weeks, of course. But after about a month and a half after the war started, they basically got completely integrated into the European grid because everything was running really stable despite the Russian invasion. It was actually very impressive and an excellent engineering achievement, I think. Thank you very much, Chuck. I'm going to go to JJ first, then to John, then to Colby, and then to lunchtime. JJ.
Thank you. Chuck, thank you so much for being here and answering questions. You mentioned a little while back that you are there to tell the stories, and you talked about one that you are currently working on. I really agree with you that these stories are, I don't know, they get to the heart of things, and I feel like that impact makes a difference in how we support Ukraine. Is there a story or two that you would like for this group and a wider audience to know about that has had a strong impact on you?
Yeah, I think if you go watch the documentary that we made, you know, we told many of those stories in there. We interviewed, you know, mother whose son was in Olenika prison. I told you about the 19-year-old girl whose mother was shot. I think that was one of the most heart-rending for me. I have a 19-year-old daughter, and you know, here this girl was. They had gone to grandma's house to shower because they didn't have any water at their house in Bucha, and they were just walking home, walking down the street, and out of nowhere, a bullet took her mother's head off, basically. And she met us there at the spot where it happened to do the interview. She wanted to show us that spot. And you could tell that this was tremendously painful for her to be there. And as we started the interview, we got talking. She kept referring to things, you know, like what just. And then when we got right here, the bullet hit my mom. And I said, "Wait, you mean right here where we're standing is where this happened?" And she said, "Yes." And she looked over in the ditch next to the road and said, "As a matter of fact, you see that white rag in the ditch? My mother was holding that rag when she was shot. I didn't realize that she dropped it there, but I just noticed that." And, you know, to be standing right there to hear this 19-year-old girl calmly describe her mother being brutally murdered for no reason, and wondering what would I have done. Her father was there, you know, he was walking right in front of her, and he tried to go and, you know, ask the Russians why'd you shoot my wife, you know, but I mean, to put myself in that situation, you almost just can't because it's too heartbreaking. But this girl, just with a real sense of purpose, marched through that story with us and told us all the grisly details. And I asked her, "Why did you agree to this interview? Like, this has got to be so hard for you." And she said, "This is the only way that I feel like I can do something about what happened, is to tell this story so that the whole world knows what they did to my mother." It was just powerful, and we had a long, very meaningful, powerful discussion after the cameras were turned off that I'll remember for the rest of my life. And one of the reasons why I brought my 19-year-old daughter here to Ukraine on this trip was that I wanted her to meet that girl and to kind of get a sense of perspective. My daughter's about to go off to college, and she's all stressed out about her first year in college. And I'm like, after you meet this girl and spend some time in Ukraine, college is not going to seem quite so daunting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chuck. John, go ahead.
Hey, Mike, Chuck, can you hear me okay?
Very good.
Yes, I hear you just fine.
Yeah, I'm struggling to maintain my composure at the moment. That's quite a story, Chuck. Wow. Thank you for being here. This is a very special place. I hope you'll come back. There are hundreds of listeners, and I was thinking you're a journalist and a warrior. And one of the things that comes up quite a lot in this space is the problem of both sidesism in media coverage of this, and the idea that, in my view anyway, I don't think Ukraine needs peace. I think Ukraine needs victory. So I just wondered, as a Christian as well, what your take was on that, but also what can the media do in their coverage to be a little bit more assertive about the truth in what's going on, use of the word such as genocide and the stories you just told so effectively. What more can we do to get that message out there? And thank you again.
Sure. I don't think that it's at all necessary to politicize or try to overstate what's going on here in Ukraine. I think that when you tell the truth about these stories, and again, my feeling is, we can talk about the high level stuff and the tactical, the strategic stuff, and the power grid and all that. That's interesting, but it doesn't get to the heart of the matter. The heart of the matter is that there's people who are suffering, and when you tell their stories, it touches people, and people say, "We've got to stop this. I mean, we've got to do something about this." Um, there is so much propaganda flying around, and both sides engage in that. Uh, I found it very interesting. Ukrainian Media Center contacted me after my last trip and said, "Would you have time for a quick interview just about your experience with the Ukrainian media machine and how was it helpful and what can we do better and that sort of thing?" And I had actually a pretty long conversation with them about how important it is that you have realized that the most important, well, not most important, most powerful battlefront in this war is the media battle space. That very often the perception creates the reality and not the other way around. It's not like it used to be. And whether or not you are winning on the battlefield, if you're not winning in the virtual realm, then you could completely decimate your opposition on the battlefield and still lose, because people have to understand the moral implications of this. They've got to understand the who's right and who's wrong here. And Russia has put probably a greater amount of effort and money into the media battle space in this war than they have into the kinetic battle space. And they've done a very good job of convincing many Americans, probably a good half or third of America at least, that Vladimir Zelensky is a puppet and a clown, and that Ukraine is just full of Nazis, and the corruption here. I mean, they had it coming because they were so corrupt. If you really sit and think about that statement, anybody with a shred of decency cannot. You mentioned the whataboutism. You cannot make the argument that there is corruption, therefore that girl's mother needed to be shot in the head for no reason. There was corruption in Ukraine, therefore that 96-year-old woman, I had to go help all but drag her out of her apartment one night in Kyiv because the curfew was coming, and that was at the beginning when curfew meant curfew, and if you were out after curfew, they shot first and asked questions later. And I got a call from an American woman who said, my mother is in Kyiv, she's 96 years old, her caretaker ran away and left her, and she has no way to even get out of her apartment, and she's going to starve to death in her apartment if you don't do something to help her. And I said, I'm a journalist. And she goes, I know, but I found your phone number, so that you're the one I called. And so I said, what's her address? And it turned out she was only a couple of blocks away from our hotel. I said, look, we've got an hour before curfew. I'll go over there and see what I can do. And we did our best. And as it turned out, we were able to get her to a shelter for elderly people and get back to our to our hotel with 3 minutes to spare before curfew. It was a wild ride, man, I'll tell you. But you tell me that corruption in Ukraine means that woman deserved to suffer and starve to death, perhaps in her apartment, and get pulled out of. Think about this. She never went back to that apartment. We pulled this 96-year-old woman out of this apartment. She'd lived in that apartment for more than 50 years. And in the dead of night, she was already in bed. We showed up at two men she didn't know. And we said, I'm sorry, you have to leave. And she understood. She was willing to, she was lucid. But she was like, well, let me show you this picture of my son. And no, I'm sorry, we don't have time. We've got to go. No, well, let me grab some clothing. No, I'm sorry, you don't have time. And we just had to take her out of there with her coat and her night clothes and take her to that shelter. And that was all she took with her. From there, they sent her to Poland. And several months later, she died in Poland and never saw her house again. Well, that is a travesty to do that to a 96-year-old woman. Travesty. And so there's no moral argument you could make about a corrupt government in Ukraine means that the Ukrainians deserve that kind of treatment. They just don't. Nobody does. And I wouldn't wish that on the Russians, for Pete's sake. So, when I say that I'm here to stand for those people who are hurting and to tell their story, it's because that's where the story really is. That's where the news really is. That's the news people care about. And as far as I'm concerned, I've got a few good years left in me. I'm going to keep doing it as long as I can.
Thank you, Chuck. Colby, please go ahead.
Thanks. Chuck, I'll ask you to put your Ranger hat on here. Do you think that the war has provided NATO armies with any lessons they can learn on special operations?
Oh my gosh, this has been the most valuable use of our aging weapons systems and technology that we could have ever asked for. I don't think that our Pentagon generals and government officials were anywhere near smart enough to know that going in. I think it was an unintended side effect of maybe trying to get a bump in Biden's ratings, trying to do the right thing from a humanitarian standpoint, and having absolutely no clue that the Ukrainians would actually expect us to would stay in the fight long enough that it would cost the United States as much as it has. But all that said, I think, and I've heard from quite a few high-level military officials that the knowledge gained by putting the Ukrainians behind American technology and putting them up against the Russian military will probably in the long run save us many multiples of billions of dollars more than what we put into Ukraine, because of the differences in defense spending that we are so many light years ahead of the Russian military, and now we know that for sure, and so does everybody else. And so, yes, it's been extremely valuable for the U.S. military in many, many ways. Is that a good enough answer?
No, that's great. That's great. Specifically, do you have any thoughts on special operations, though? Given your Ranger background.
Special ops are sort of more designed for the insurgency role. At least they have been. I think, if anything, this war shows us that there still is room in the world for a conventional war, and special ops play a different role in a conventional war than they do in an insurgency. So, as they say, the generals are always fighting the last war, not the next one, and that's probably still the case, and will always be the case. One of the things that we've seen, that I've seen, at least when I've gone out to the front lines, is the ability of the Ukrainian military just throw out the rule book and do whatever it takes to get the job done, and the value of being able to just jump on. I mean, these guys, they will jump on any vehicle they find and find a way to drive it off, take it apart, put it back together with parts of 4 other vehicles, and make a new vehicle that never existed before, and put it into the fight and go kill Russians with it. That kind of ingenuity has largely been bred out of the U.S. military. I say that, it's painful to say that, but I think it's true. We always prided ourselves in the U.S. military on the fact that we pushed decision making down to the lowest possible level. That the Ranger motto is "sua sponte," which means of their own accord, meaning we just take the initiative and we do what has to be done to get the mission accomplished. That is not so much the case anymore, in my experience, because the technology that we have allows commanders, even who aren't even in the theater, commanders in Las Vegas or Washington, D.C., to literally drill all the way down to individual missions, to individual soldiers. I've had troops in Afghanistan that told me, these are special ops guys, that told me they literally jumped off a helicopter on a mission and went and hid behind a dumpster and got a colonel in their ear from Wright Pat Air Force Base or something, saying, "No, move across the street and go over to the other corner over there." And that guy's watching them from a drone and trying to tell them where they, move individual soldiers around the chessboard. That's insane. And I think that watching the Ukrainians here, where they've just sent units out and said, "Go kill bad guys and try not to kill each other," and they didn't have any choice. They had to just let them loose because they didn't have the control structure. And I wonder how it'll increase their combat power as they get their act together and kind of can work in concert a little bit better now. One of the things that hasn't been talked about much from the Ukrainian side is the staggering amount of friendly fire incidents that have taken place, which always take place in war. I've never been to a conflict where there wasn't friendly fire casualties. The majority of cases in some of the conflicts I've been to have been friendly fire. And actually, the more lethal an army is, the more likely it is to have friendly fire accidents. So the United States needs to learn lessons from what they're seeing in Ukraine. I wonder if they will, however. Our guys, I mean, I know a lot of them personally, and they're very, very, very good warriors, and they think they've got it dialed in. But you take a guy that spent, 15 years of his career in an insurgency and drop him into a conventional battle, and he's gonna he's gonna have to relearn a few things. But I think again, just the fact that Ukraine was able to take the handcuffs off and just set their guys loose and trust them to just go get the job done actually is what saved them in this case. And the United States could take a lesson from that. They're far too regimented and controlling in the U.S. military these days. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Chuck. Does this answer your question, Colby?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Colby. Lunchtime.
Oh, thanks, first, Chuck, I want to thank you for your work. I must say it's been absolutely compelling and a real privilege to hear you speak. Sorry, I'm trying to get my composure. Despite the many horrors of this war, I believe Ukrainians and we in this space share a sense of optimism about the future after the war. I just want to ask you, do you share this feeling? And based on what you've seen, can you speak a little about reasons to be hopeful about the future of Ukraine?
I think there's plenty of reasons to be hopeful about the future. This sense of patriotism that they have, if they can keep it, it's a fragile thing, patriotism, and if they can keep it, it'll do very much for their country. That sort of homogeneity that they've spawned here is so crucial. I think that there are some real risks that they're going to have to face. One of them being the massive amount of money that's being poured in here in terms of weaponry and everything like that. Money is a corrupting influence, and the more money you have, the easier it is to get dependent on that money. And just like we saw in Afghanistan and in Iraq and lots of other places, Haiti, the longer that a lot of hardship. So I think that one of the things that is cool about Ukrainians that I noticed when I went to Estonia to report on the refugees that have left is that they're very unlike the refugees or migrants that are coming from North Africa. They, by and large, do not want to be on any sort of public dole in the countries where they go. They want to get off of that as quickly as possible. They're grateful for whatever help that they're given. They will accept it, but they're not going to get comfortable with it. They want to get a job, and they want to do something productive with themselves. Unfortunately, when you have somebody that's coming from a place like, say, Yemen or Somalia or something, and they're coming to Europe, and they go to Spain or Germany, where they get $1,600 a month in cash benefits, and they get a place to live, and they get free education and free medical care, all sorts of stuff. To them, that's like winning the lottery, and so they don't feel like they need to do anything else. They're just happy, and they'll milk that as long as they can. That's just from my own experience, and so I spent all of last year reporting on migration around the world, and I just, that was one thing that struck me about Ukrainians, is that they don't act that way. So I think that's good, because if they let themselves get dependent on the aid, it's going to wreck them just like it wrecked Haiti and lots of other places.
I mean, if I can interject quickly, I mean, I remember seeing photos and footage of Ukrainian refugees in the early part of the war cleaning parks and stuff and saying, you know, we're so grateful for your help. And then as before it was recommended by the Ukrainian government, there were people just trying to get back to Kiev or trying to get back to Ukraine ASAP. So I think you really have that's a good point you make. Anyway, thank you so much. Really, really interesting interview, this one. So thank you.
Right,
again.
it's been very interesting since I've been back to Kiev this time. I've talked to a lot of people here about, well, what are you going to do if they take out the power grid, or if Russia, you know, these conscripts that they brought up invade the country again and try to, because they've got all these troops in Belarus now, are they going to make another bid to take Kyiv and encircle it? Are you going to go to Poland again? And everyone that I've talked to has said, no way. And many of them have literally said the same, almost the same thing to me verbatim. They said at the beginning of the war, we were all afraid that it was going to be over right away. And so we all fled. But our president stayed and refused to leave. And that encouraged all of us to come back. And now we're never going to leave again. And I was like, you know, say what you will about Vladimir Zelensky, the guy knows how to lead. I mean, that's what a leader does, is he picks up the heaviest burden first and sets it down last. And I've seen him do that in many cases over and over throughout this conflict. So
thank you very much, Chuck. We know it's getting late, especially where you are. It's past 11 p.m. How about we make Chris's the last question of the night and let you go? And since we're here 24/7, we can literally always have you back. But I'm very cognizant of the fact that you've been with us for well over 2 hours already. Chris.
Hi, Damon. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to ask all these questions, Chuck. Chuck, okay, as a final one, like I'm not always here, but I'm often here, and I've got a bit of a habit of at the minute of waking up about 3:30, 4:30 or something in the morning, when we have a lot of our American listeners on. And I think lunchtime was there when this happened. We had an American guy come on early in the morning, Joe something or other. I'm not going to say anything bad about him, so it's not a problem. Joe came on, and basically, Chuck, what he was saying was, and he wasn't, he was sort of being critical, but he wasn't, right? It was like, look, you guys, you're all great, but you're sat here in a echo chamber type of thing, all agreeing with one another. You need to get out in America in particular, right? And you need to, tell people out there all these things and that. So, it was like, sort of get off your asses, stop being complacent, get out there and go and talk to people in America. Which, and I, which is, we went, yeah, okay, fine. We talked about James Vasquez and Rip Rawlins doing a tour in America. And we talked about #free the leopards, and, the fact that the MriyaReport was getting its name out there. So do you have any suggestions for, things that we should do, could do in America in particular to get the word out?
America coming into the election season has got there's so much noise right now. It's hard to, hard to break through all that. But I guess, that's what I'm trying to do is put that word out over the airwaves, on television, on social media, that sort of thing. One of the strangest things about this conflict is just how all the sides seem to be mixed up. It has brought together people from the left and the right. It has divided people that up. I think it muted me. Did you guys hear that?
It divided people, and then we lost you. I think it was a technical issue. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Forgive me for that. My battery died on my headset. What I was just saying is that it's so strange how this conflict has divided people who have heretofore been united on everything. It's united people that have nothing else in common. The left and people from the left and from the right are supporting Ukraine, and there are people from the left and from the right that are not supporting Ukraine. Here in Ukraine, you have literally Antifa militia members who are, fighting alongside guys that are like white supremacists, and just it's the strangest thing. I went to Armenia to do some reporting on the Russians that were fleeing Russia to avoid conscription, and so Armenia really was not very happy with Ukraine because Ukraine had supported Azerbaijan in their war in 2020 against Armenia, because Armenia is closely allied with Russia. And so, okay, Armenia's with Russia. Ukraine says, oh, they're on the other team. We don't like Armenia. So they're getting pounded by Azerbaijan. Go Azerbaijan. Well, then now this is happening to Ukraine. The exact same thing is happening to Ukraine by Russia. And the Ukrainians are saying, oh, wait a minute, this is bad, that we're being unjustly aggressed by Russia. And now the Armenians are saying, yeah, well, you didn't mind it so much when it was happening to us, but yet we can see where this is wrong, and they're starting to stand up and speak out against Russia, even though and side with Ukraine. It's just weird how this new world order has sort of scrambled all of the traditional teams. You know what I mean? It's been so interesting to see, and I guess in some ways it's a good thing, because it shows us that when you come down to it, nations go to war. People don't go to war. Governments go to war, and people suffer for it. But in the end, we're all just people, and we feel for each other when we see each other hurting, and that's why I want to tell those stories, and for as long as I can. So thank you for having me on, everybody. I appreciate it. It's been a real interesting to explore these topics, and I'd like to come on and listen some more, because I've done far too much talking.
Thank you very much, Chuck. No, you've definitely not done far too much talking. But we would really love to have you back again and again and again. It's staid voices like yourself are crucially important here, especially with all the added perspective you have, not only from having been to a lot of places since then, but also with your service prior to that, especially when it regards a war, especially a war like this.
Well, I'm happy to answer questions anybody has. If you want to just email me or send a message through my Twitter box, or chuckholton.locals.com is a place where I post most of my reports, and I've got links there to the documentaries that I've mentioned that you can go watch too. So,
and at the very least, ladies and gentlemen, go follow Chuck at Ranger Holton. If you click on his avatar up here, well, he's still here with us. You can do that very easily indeed. It just pops up with an option. And Chuck, you can always find us here at the MriyaReport.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck, for joining us, and thank you for sharing your expertise and your insights. And thank you, Iona and Tim, for arranging this fantastic interview. Thank you again for your insights and your time, Chuck. Really appreciate it.
God bless you all. Good night.
Good night, and God bless you and keep you safe. Charles, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just in regards to the last speaker, the last questioner, it's really interesting because I understand what he's talking about, having listened to MriyaReport for a long time now, over the last long time. weeks, I guess, months, it is interesting because we do see, or at least I perceive, that once the Americans come on, they see things through an American point of view. We tend to talk more about, okay, what does midterms mean, and how does this work from American point of view? Earlier on, we look at it from a more European point of view. Obviously, we're all in the same we have all of the same goal. But I'm just curious how you guys find it as moderators. The difference as we move from one time zone to the other, that it changes from a European to a more American point of view. What are the differences you guys see?
Americans are awake more hours than the European team is awake. It's more or less the same. We get more questions related to the American response. We get more questions related to politics. We get more questions related to military affairs. But more or less, it has evened out over the days, weeks, and months of coverage. Charles, you dropped, so please re-request if you're still hearing me. And welcome, Wendy.
Evening, Em. Evening, everyone. Gosh, I love stories. And we've just had the privilege of hearing a number of fascinating stories from Chuck Holson and our Ukrainian voices. It was, it was wonderful to listen to.
Yes, this has been a very powerful interview. Again, thank you to Tim. Thank you to Iona for arranging it. Lunchtime, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to echo that thought. That was truly special. You know, every time, it's just, I swear, MriyaReport is some sort of conspiracy to keep me from doing anything else in the day, really. But that was absolutely compelling listening. You know, I'm going to recommend this, the Spotify version to anyone I can, to anyone that's interested in it. It's just really, really amazing. So kudos, really.
Thank you, Lunchtime. MriyaReport is where the coverage is happening.
If only it was all like that, eh?
Let's leave it at that.
I mean the other coverage. I didn't mean other bits of MriyaReport. Just to be clear, because like I've seen some pretty frustrating reporting, shall we say, in the British media and in other places. So
it is what it is. But Wendy, if you would like to throw in a comment there, please go ahead.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, Lunchtime. I mean, I think what you said is absolutely spot on. I mean, what's that saying? No story lives unless someone wants to listen. Well, one of the outstanding aspects of this space, as you pointed out, is that people want to listen. They want to listen to these stories from Ukrainian voices and testimonies from witnesses of the struggle and the stoicism of the Ukrainian people. So, yeah, it's kind of gets me thinking about why are we here? Why do we listen to this space? It's because we care about saving Ukrainian lives. We care about these and listening to these testimonies of from whatever part of Ukraine we have the privilege of listening to people from. So great comment. Thank you.
thanks, Wendy. If I could just say one thing, not to make it all about me, but I mean, John Stewart's not a speaker anymore, but he said, you know, I was finding it hard to keep it together, and I was like 2 questions after that story about the teenage girl. I mean, my God, it was just, yeah, heartbreaking. But anyway, yeah, I'll shut up now. Okay.
The courage people find in war to carry on. That's the thing. Flying Goose, please go ahead.
Afternoon, everybody. It's survival instinct, I think, pretty much is the way it is. We don't know how much strength we have until we're put in the position that we have to do the things that we have to do in order to survive. I was going to say as well that if people want to share certain Spotify episodes, that I believe you can share like individual Spotify episodes to Twitter. So you can bring more people in and they'll, hear individual speakers that have come on, especially today. Today, I think would be a very good one to share. So it reaches the masses and he gets a really, he grows his platform because he reminds me of Chuck Fair, to be honest. I don't know what it is with the Chucks, but they've got very calming, very reassuring voices. And I think he was incredible. And I really look forward to hearing from him again.
Thank you, Goose. John Stewart, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for the background noise if you can hear it. Yeah, I was just thinking about the story that that he told, and I was listening to. I was kind of thinking, oh, please God, don't come to me after this. But it's like the story itself is harrowing, and then there's it. It was really interesting because it was difficult enough to hear as an experience, and then there was the kicker, which was the rag, and you're already sort of thinking, my God, this is an incredible story to witness. So you're already moved, and then there's the moment when the sort of the full horror of everything is brought home by that tiny detail, completely unexpected. And yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody for organising that, because I thought it was. I've heard a lot of incredible things on this space, but that really was 2 hours of outstanding journalism, and it was kind of I guess it was obviously the content of the story, but the shape of it. It had that. It was just that thing at the end that was just like, oh my God! And you knew, it's like when you're watching a movie that obviously it's not a movie, but there's an arc of telling something, and so it was already compelling, and then that extra detail was just, it was like a kick in the stomach. It was incredible. And yeah, wherever that girl is, yeah, what a thing to go through. Just yeah, just and I think it's important to hear that, because it's why we're here, really, for me, to stop that, because it needs to stop. And yeah, I just wish there was more attention paid to that in the media, I guess, because as winter comes and stuff, and people are going to get bills and whatnot, that it's that kind of narrative that I think often can make a difference in people's thinking, not just sort of broader philosophical things. It's the detail, isn't it? That can be the thing that just catches you. And that's often obviously why charities, whenever they're funding, they often tell the story of one individual rather than the statistics, and to tell the story of a people or a group of people through one particularly impactful narrative like that. It really is very, very powerful. And that was an outstanding interview. Thank you very much for hosting it.
Thank you, John. Personally, to me, this is a personal opinion, this is the epitome of civilian reintegration. You have the military experience. Chuck was a ranger. He's retired now. You find your passion. He found his passion, journalism. He pursued it. And then he went on to make a difference. It bridges civilian-military gap. And it brings you humanitarian stories told in a very calm, concise manner that doesn't mix delusion or the delusions of grandeur of the aggressor and what some people like to call neutral reporting. It is a fact of life that we take sides. during times like this, you have to take sides. You have to pick a side, and you have to support it, and you have to defend it all the way to the end. So to me, again, this is the epitome of civilian reintegration. This is the epitome of following your passion. This is the epitome of putting your expertise, your skills, your excellence into something that can make a difference, all while trying to bring the stories of innocent human beings afflicted by this act of illegal aggression to a wider audience so that they could be informed. And then they can make their choice. And with that said, I'm leaving you in the good hands of Wendy and Axel, and I will bid you good night and see you again soon. So good night, everyone.
Thank you. And Wendy, isn't it funny that moments like these and the same kind of civil engagement, and therefore also, yes, bias, but dedication to the cause in reporting and making this story clear for everyone in the world, is exactly what also our friend Bryce Wilson has told us, who does both humanitarian action, supplies people who've been under fire in Sivyansk, hasn't left them, but returns over and over and over again, whilst reporting as to what the Russian troops are doing in the region and showcasing the resiliency, commitment, and willingness to sacrifice themselves if need be. The Ukrainian armed forces, the territorial defense forces have shown. It's exceptional. Wendy.
Absolutely, Axel. Well said, and what Em said was absolutely spot on as well. I mean, I was thinking during Chuck's testimony. So why are we here? Why was I here? Why was I and many people here listening into this space 8 months ago when it first started? I think that one of those reasons is that primarily we care about saving Ukrainian lives, saving them from the bullets, the bombs of the Russians, saving them from the brutal occupation that Moscow brings wherever it goes or is allowed to go. We're committed to stopping this war and all of Ukraine until all of Ukraine is liberated. But one of the things which has also been taking Ukrainian lives in 2022 and since 2014, and one of the things this space is here to counter, is the indifference and disinterest within certain parts of the West. This year, thankfully, we saw that situation change significantly in the wave of international solidarity to support Ukraine's struggle at this moment of existential crisis. But this space is one of those reasons, and it cannot be said enough that in 2014, this discourse that we are able to have on this particular space and outside in the wider world, yes, it should have been happening then, but thank God it's happening now, because disinterest, passivity, indifference to the plight of Ukraine and Ukrainians has cost Ukrainian lives. And it's one of the great things that and I'm sure many of us here value about the solidarity and the one of the great features of this space. Slava Ukraini.
All right.
Mic check. Was it just me who lost audio?
No, yeah, mine went too.
Okay. Well, just while Axel's reconnecting, yeah, I mean, we've just had some wonderful stories in the last 2 hours, and I thought, in addition to making the usual announcements, I'd like to ask, yeah, anyone who'd like to come up, as ever, to ask a question or make a comment on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but also to tell us why you are here, because I'd love to hear your side of this story. Maybe it's, when did you first start listening to this space? Maybe you'd like to discuss moments in your life in which you feel comfortable talking about interacting with Ukraine post its independence in 1991. Whatever it is, I'd love to hear your story. So please request the mic button, and don't be shy. And just bringing up a guy who I'm sure has got an interesting story to tell. It's Nick and Goose as well.
Hello.
Evening, Nick.
Hi.
How you doing?
Not too bad. I'm here because I think initially, because I was extraordinarily worried about what the war meant for me, and now that I'm coming to realize that, or I realized some time ago that nothing that I'm going to be all right. I then moved on to thinking what it was going to be like for other people, and I've just over time come to identify more and more and more with the people in Ukraine, with the refugees I've been able to help. And it's now become a little bit of my identity. I don't necessarily come up on the space as often as I did 2 or 3 months ago, although that's partly because I've been busy with other projects. But I listen a lot, and it's now part of the rhythm of my life. And I'm both looking forward and not looking forward to this space no longer existing, which in its own way will be a glorious day. But I hope that a few of us will take friendships away from this. And if we can't get to the 2023 Crimea Beach Festival, which I'm old, I'll like walk around and pick up the drinks, pick up the drink cups and take them back for the deposit or something. But I hope that that people here will make friendships, at least online, and occasionally in real life. And if anyone who knows me through this space finds themselves in Mallorca on vacation, give me a DM and we'll go for a coffee, and I'll show you my t-shirt collection and take you around to the Ukraine Refugee Center here. But basically, yeah, it started off as making sense of it for me. And once I'd kind of got my head together around that, I realized that firstly, I very occasionally do have a little bit of something close to expertise to give to the space on one or two very narrow topics. And secondly, that it just helped me make sense of a whole lot of other stuff. So yeah, those are my occasional somewhat random musings on why I do it.
Thanks, Nick. And can I commend you on learning the art of taking drinks cups back to stands post when an event is finished, because it's a skill which is very important to learn.
Well, and quite often there's a euro deposit on each of them, so
Yeah, indeed there is. Goose, welcome.
Hello. Well, I have been here since the 22nd of February was when I really started dialing in hardcore. There was a small group of us that it was mainly an OCT space back then. And Yehuda, I believe, came in right on the 24th, I think. Everybody there was a group of us that kind of all came together right in the first couple days there. And stayed together from that point on. Through good and the bad. We've had our tussles, we've had our arguments, we've had our cries, we've had, we've gone back and forth. But I think collectively we can say that we are like a family. The ones that have been here from the beginning, that have, rode out many nights together, many days together. Wendy, you know that. It has been tragic to hear the things that we've heard. It has been awe-inspiring. It has been so good at sometimes, when they make a breakthrough and they're like this summer when they were making their videos and they were happy out in the fields, right? And they're dancing and they're like cutting up and just, they're ingenious and they're inspiring. And after speaking as a Canadian living stateside for 30 some years now, the last 6 years have been rough. The last 6 years have been really rough here. And it was really, really nice to come into a space where everybody was on the same page. We all agreed this was wrong. This needed to be changed. We needed to work together. We needed to do whatever we could to help these people. And we've developed friendships along the way. And we have fallen in love with Ukraine along the way, and her people and her land. And I have more hope for Ukraine a lot of times than I do anywhere else, to be honest with you. There's a lot of other countries right now that I look at and I'm shaking my head going, what the hell is going on, including the one I'm living in. I have a lot of hope for Ukraine, a lot of hope for Ukraine. There is a lot of very brilliant people living there. And my God, I can't get over how they can just keep going on and on. I've been sick, and the other night I was laying there and I was thinking to myself, oh my God, I feel awful. Like, and just, kind of in a woe is me moment. And I thought to myself, what it must be like for the soldiers that are out sleeping in trenches, right? And they feel like shit, and they have to stay out there, and they have to be on guard all night, and they have to be listening, or they're getting shot at all night, and they feel like shit. And none of this is their fault. That I often give myself a kick in the ass by remembering what people in Ukraine are going through. And I think it is going to be very, very important in the next coming months for us, for Europeans as well, because it's going to be affecting not just Ukraine, but Europe, all of Europe. To come here and not just use the space as, yes, military stuff is extremely important. We all are very tuned into that. But I think people are going to be suffering, and people are going to be going through some pretty hard times in the next couple months. And I think it's going to be very important for us to allow people to come into this space, and if they need to vent, to what they consider to be their Ukraine family, or, our collective family here at the MriyaReport, that's done, and that's okay. And we make time for that, because especially for our Ukraine family, they are really, really having to suck it up right now and go through, insult on top of injury, as far as I'm concerned. I can't imagine looking at the winter ahead for what it must be like. I live in the South, so I don't have to worry about snow and cold and all the rest of that stuff. And I just think that we really need to, whatever way we can, as far as raising money for them for whatever they need to help them throughout the winter, to stay warm, to just whatever they need. We need to be here, like we have been from the very beginning. And I'll sign off at that. And I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Goose. Many of the sentiments that you shared, many of us here identify with. Thank you. Atticams, I think you were next. Welcome.
Hi, pardon my dog. I started listening, I guess, like 2 or 3 days into the beginning of the war. I was like looking at live streams of Ukraine. My daughter's coworker is Ukrainian, and we were trying to get her out of Kharkiv, and it took like almost a week. So I was really afraid because she was hooked up with someone that said that they could get her out on a bus, and then that bus, ended up getting shot up. So I was just really afraid. I have coworkers, 2 Ukrainian nurses and 2 Russian nurses that when I first started my career with, like, they were really good to me, and we've been friends forever now. But I would ask the Russian one stuff about Putin. This is back in like 2007, and we were in Santa Monica, California. Nobody's around, and she was afraid to talk about Putin. So, and I would ask them questions about Ukraine and stuff, and the 2 younger ones would always get into an argument and start speaking Russian, so I couldn't understand what they were saying, but I learned not to ask them anything anymore. But and I've worked with great great Russian doctors that were Jewish and have to flee. And so I know people over there. Olga's parents are still in Kharkiv, and her dad joined the tutorial defense. And it just breaks my heart to talk to her every day and hear about what her parents are going through, and knowing that they're cutting off all the power and they're doing everything in their power to destroy these people, these hardworking, lovely, kind people who didn't invade anyone, who were living peacefully, who gave up their nukes and were just trying to live life. And you guys suggested that we watch Winter on Fire early on. I think it was Perry. I love Perry. I miss her. But I've learned so much about Ukraine and their struggle and everything. And then hearing Roman, and I thought he was so much older from his voice. I thought he was like a grown man, and he was just 1 year older than my daughter. And then to go through that and lose him. But I've been donating to, like, when it was Come Back Alive, and every 2 weeks I donate. And then when something bad happens, I donate even more. Like, my husband's kind of getting pissed about it, but that's okay, because I will do everything in my power to fight and support Ukraine. And I just thank God for you all for being here and fighting for Ukraine. And I used to listen just so I knew what to ask my representative for. I mean, I think the first time I spoke over here, I talked about like holding Putin's kids hostage while they were in Switzerland until he freed Ukraine and stopped. So
Atticams, God bless you. Your kind of solidarity is one of the essences of the spirit which has brought so many people together. And that solidarity is absolutely unbreakable. Thank you.
Yes, and I
Lisa,
love you guys all so much for doing this, and thank you so much.
thank you, Atacam. Same here. Lisa, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Um, this is something that I never really paid much attention to world politics, maybe like politics in the USA, but the night before I discovered this channel, my son likes to listen to different kinds of music, and there was a Ukrainian group. It was two women and a man, and I don't remember what the instruments were called, but the women were singing and the man was playing and they were playing, and it was so beautiful and so mesmerizing. And then it was probably a few days after this started, I just accidentally stumbled on this space and listened, and it just drew me in. I'm a Native American, and I've heard from the elders the genocide of our people, and it just made me realize, what they were going through. And when Bucha and Irpin and Izium, I cried so hard just to know that that happened. But what's really great is that we are all here. We all support Ukraine. It's like a family. I love all the hosts. I mean, they're just awesome. And it's great to listen to other people and just be a part of this and to donate to Myria Aid and whatever at the moment. Like my mother was very sick and she passed away last week. And that's one reason why I was able to listen so much to this channel, because I was with her. I put the earbuds in because I didn't want her to worry about it, and because she'd watch CNN and they just would not get the stories right. I told her, I said, there's a channel where the truth matters, and it's people on the front line that are there and they tell it like it is and what's really going on. But I have fallen in love with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, and I will do whatever I can to help them. And I love all you guys, and I just thank God that you guys are here. And yeah, it's just pretty awesome.
Lisa, condolences for your loss, and
Oh, thank you.
and well said. We all bring our own backgrounds to this absolutely incredible historic cause of the safety and freedom for Ukraine and Ukrainians now and the future. Thank you. Iona, welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to tell my story. There is a long version of it, but I'll just make the short version of it. I remember before the war started, I'm an economist, and I was seeing the reports about the armed forces of Russia gathering near the borders, and I made some calculation, and I said to myself, there is no way there will not be a war, because nobody invests so much without making a war. And despite all the assurances that there will not be a war, I was like knew that it was happening. And when it happened, there was this feeling of responsibility and guilt, because simply put, it could have been us. I'm from Romania. It's just rolling the dice of history that is not us and it's Ukraine. It could have been us. And having a communist past in Romania, we understand exactly what's the stake here and what is happening in Ukraine. And we understood from the very first days of the war that this will be brutal and horrific, and Ukraine must win. So I'm here because of this, because this feeling of responsibility and guilt, because we are watching this unfolding in front of our eyes and we have to do something. And we did in Romania. We tried to help the refugees. We tried to do whatever we could to accommodate those mothers with children. I can tell you so many stories about the refugees because, of course, you are not seeing it like we are seeing it here. I went to the central station here in Bucharest, trying to just help with the reception of refugees, and we also packed food and clothes and everything. But more, even more, is needed, and that's why I'm here, because if I can do something to help or just listen and understand the stories of Ukraine, I have to be here. So even if it takes my time, it's just a small thing to do. We just should show this solidarity and help everybody understand what is at stake. So this is the short version. I have a very long one. I won't take your time with this, but it's just we have to be here and show our support for Ukraine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Iona. I can't add anything to that apart from to say that your voice and every voice from Eastern Europe, all with reasons such as Lisa just mentioned, add such value to this space and is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Joey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Iona. Joey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good. So my story for coming is because my granddad was Ukrainian and he fought in the 14th Waffen SS division, which was a Ukrainian division that the Germans turned to the ethnic Ukrainians of the Galicia region during World War II and asked the Ukrainians to fight for them. And of course, the Ukrainians talked amongst themselves and came back with certain conditions. Some conditions were met, some conditions were reneged on, but the Ukrainians ended up fighting for the Wehrmacht. And my granddad fought in the Second Battle of Brody. There was 13,000 of his fellow Ukrainians went into that battle, and about 3,000, sorry, it was about 11,000, sorry, 3,000 got out. He was one of the lucky ones. My granddad, because of the Second Battle of Brody in 1961, killed himself because if you read the battle descriptions of the battle, it was a horrific act to humanity. The amount of manpower that the Germans had compared to what the Red Army had was on a scale that is quite huge. And because of my granddad dying, I never really had a connection to Ukraine. Like a lot of other Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian descent people like I had, I can't speak Ukrainian. I just have a different last name. But so in last year, about 2020, last day 2021, I did a podcast with a friend about being an immigrant because I live in America now. Or English. He asked me lots of questions about being in America and how that felt. And then it sparked to think about Ukraine, this whole wealth of knowledge I didn't know about myself.
Joey, we're just losing you. I don't know if it's just me, but if you could move into a better location.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting full bars, so I don't understand.
That's much better. It might have been a microphone a microphone space issue.
Corridor down there, it's a noisy thing. Yeah, so I'm at like, I don't know, in December 2021, I found my family again in Ukraine.
Joey, sorry. Could you move your microphone just a little bit? Could you just hold it a little bit closer to your mouth as you're speaking? Thanks. Joey, feel free to finish your point. It was no. All right, come back to us when you're ready. Nick. Oh,
sorry, I turned my mic off somehow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Joey, feel free to finish your point.
Sorry. So I found my family in 2021 in Ukraine, and we started talking, and I realized how much I'd lost out on not knowing them because I remember my dad's godmother because they found us again in '93, but we lost contact again, and we found them again I found them again last year. So we started talking, and obviously the pressure was ramping up from Russia at that time. We'd already had the invasion in 2014, and now it was going to go full blow in 2022. And obviously, I was worried sick about my family in Ukraine, because even though they're in the western part of Ukraine. So, but this space was actually a really good place for me to find out proper news and news what was actually going on. I always remember CNN going on about that massive convoy that was coming down from Belarus towards Kyiv, and the Ukrainians took it out. Well, if you listen to CNN, it was going to be the end of Ukraine because of that convoy. But obviously, you guys started talking about the truth, what was going to go on and what has gone on. So that's why I came here, because I am partially Ukrainian, even though I don't sound it and I can't speak it or read it much. But it's just a welcome dose of reality in with today's media, because some media outlets, especially in America, are very poor at telling what's actually going on.
Indeed, Joe. Thank you, and thanks for telling us the story about your own travels in tracing your family history and getting here. I'm always interested by stories like that. So thanks for bringing that to the space.
Yeah, I started writing a blog about my granddad anyway. It's nearly 70 pages long now, so I think my family history's got more to teach me than I thought originally.
I know the feeling. Thanks. Nick, you've got your hand up. Welcome back. Mr. Brown.
Yeah, sorry, my phone had locked. Just occurred to me, one of the other interesting benefits of coming up and speaking here is that you get some delightful DMs from people, and people come and thank you for what you say. Mostly, one or two people have a bit of a go at you, but usually it's pretty positive. And I would encourage everyone who doesn't necessarily have something to say all the time. When you have something to say and you really want to say, pop up, say you're a first-time speaker, and you will get support. You'll get support via the DMs. I absolutely didn't expect that at all. But I suppose when there's 500 people listening, there's always going to be one or two people to pop up. And, you will get followers. People will follow you. You'll find interesting people to follow. And who knows where that can lead. So the lesson is that this is not just a radio station, but it really is an extension of Twitter. And I think Spaces are it's Twitter is not the platform that I thought would give us something like this, if I had to say. But I'm lucky because I'm on Twitter and I'm not on most of the other social media platforms. Reach out to the speakers if you want to, and see where that goes. And I've made some nice friends and some useful contacts just through people popping up to say hi and either say that they like what I said, or sometimes to ask a question, or sometimes even to disagree with me politely. And actually, I'll go, yeah, you know what, you were probably right about that. I should probably, have been more nuanced in what I said, whatever. But just it's a great place to meet like-minded people, and just put yourself out there and be prepared to talk to people. And if you don't like them, you can always walk.
Thanks, Nick. That was really well said. Any first-time speakers, like you say, they always receive a lot of support. And this, of course, is a free speech space, a space where comments and questions are made with civility. And so anybody who comes up and makes their comments or asks their question in a civil way is always welcome. If anyone doesn't, of course, Conversely, they'll be asked to go and have a word with themselves. But yeah, that's extremely well said. Thank you. And it's great to see Colby up here. Hi, Colby. Good to see you. Okay, it's just one of those days, really, in terms of the audio. Well, today, the 25th of October, marks, of course, the 8th month plus 1 day mark since Russia invaded Ukraine. We've seen lots of heroic resistance, of course, from the Ukrainian defenders, as they continue to liberate their country, with 480 enemy personnel killed, confirmed as KIA in the last 24 hours. The invading Russians, well, they're looting everything they can in Kherson, unfortunately. These Muscovite criminals inhabit their own world, a world of thieves of lives as well as material objects. A world where, in the words of Hunter S. Thompson, in a world of thieves, the only final sin is stupidity. And they've certainly proved their stupidity in numerous ways. However, we've seen some pretty heartening news in Melitopol. Members of the FSB were traveling in a car, which spontaneously combusted. It happens. Accidents happen. So we continue to see brave Ukrainian partisans, or SOF, again strike deep behind enemy lines on Ukrainian land, of course. If you haven't been following UK politics news, I do not blame you, but some of you might be interested to know that Ben Wallace has stayed as Secretary of Defence, which indicates continuity of Britain and the UK's unwavering support for Ukraine. The rest of who was appointed today to the UK cabinet, I won't go into because, frankly, I couldn't really care less. Yeah, if you've got any questions on today's events, anything you'd like to share with the space, any comments or questions on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, you know what to do. Please just request the mic. Shoot us a DM if you can. It's sometimes a little bit of a slow method for me, just because I get a lot of DMs and it takes me sometimes more than 24 hours to respond. Yeah, it's much easier just to request the mic and come on up, ask a question, don't be shy. You are, of course, listening to the Mirror Report. It's 24/7, volunteer-led, dedicated to providing the latest information on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, providing support, solidarity, promoting Ukrainian voices, countering disinformation, finding solutions to helping Ukrainians survive, and getting this war won for Ukraine as swiftly as possible. There is a charity that we support on this space. That is, of course, MriyaAid. It is nearing the end of the month. If you're feeling generous and you'd like to consider a donation, please do check out the MriyaAid.org website to see the wonderful work that it has been doing for the last 8 months, which is providing life-saving aids to Ukraine. Things such as optical, night optics for ambulance drivers, bulletproof vests, drones, all kinds of things which have gone a long way to saving Ukrainian lives. It's not, of course, the only great charity you'll hear about on here. Ripley's Heroes is one that Yehuda has mentioned. Yeah, it's certainly of great value to us. And I'm delighted to welcome up to the speaker panel, Ben. Bonsoir.
The answer is no. My mic is not
Even
working.
It works. It works. We can hear you.
Yeah, now you can, but I don't have a mic. Speaking directly to the phone.
Ah, okay. You want to try it again?
Oh, no, I just need to take 5 minutes and buy an actual mic one of those days. Anyway, I was wondering if any of you had been speaking about or giving the due attention to what happened in the Indian refineries today. Refineries? Yeah, refineries. All refineries today.
Refineries.
Refineries. Anyway, did you give it the due attention it deserved? I'll take it as a no. Turns out
Ben,
it sounds like he's a bit. That was a bit weird. Like the good old days.
It's like the birth of the internet right there.
Oh, Ben, this was so nice and retro.
Maybe it was the Phantom Fleet, but we'll come to that later. Den John.
Yeah, I just want to teach some language skills here. So refinery in Swedish is raffinaderi. That almost sounds French, and that offends me a little bit, Ben. And you know why.
Do you mean the syllable stress offends you, Den John?
No, it sounds French. And he might be French as well. So, and Ben knows why I'm offended by that.
What is the Swedish issue with the Bernadottes?
Oh, not you as well.
So, but then John, whilst you're here, I'm sure you would have spoken about this already earlier today. What is the rumor now? Is it 12, 15, or 18? What is the exact number?
Well, the rumor I am aware of is 12. But that's not, of course, that's just a rumor. So I honestly don't know, but that's what I've heard.
And what's the reporting and where is it from? Is it currently across the whole Swedish media? Is it just one or two newspapers? Is it television, radio? Who broke it first? And how can we find out?
I don't think there's any official reporting on the number. The only thing that is said is that the report has been released by the defense defense people, Försvaret, and is now with the government. And then there's rumors, and then actually someone in the, so I can't remember now what it is, but someone in the actual defense force, I think on the educational side, mentioned 12. But I can dig it up, but I can't remember who said it. It was actually here on Twitter.
It would be very nice if you could find that out, because I only heard the rumor, and then somebody said it here on the radio as well, and I thought, what the heck is going on? So, but for everybody who hasn't heard it, maybe then John, you can just highlight what has been, say, noted in the Swedish media earlier today.
Yeah, so the rumor has it that Sweden will deliver 12 Archer self-propelled artillery systems, which are quite good, according to, well, I don't know, but that's what people say. But yeah, it seems to be a very good system.
Yeah, they have not been battle tested, but they are considered to be even less prone to maintenance issues than the Panzerhaubitze 2000. They're considered to be some of the best performing kit in maneuvers and tests. Very quick, mobile, and significantly simpler to learn than others. and a very good package with extreme punch power. So a perfect system for what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the actual vehicle, the chassis, I mean, that's a dumper track, which is widely used in open mining and so on, and they really can take a punishment. And yeah, so basically they haven't been battle tested, but they are really rugged, extremely rugged, and off-road capable. So yeah, if this is coming through, which I almost certainly will, then that's a really good thing. Makes us a little bit proud here in Sweden that we can do something quite big.
Then, John, how big a change is this compared to before for Swedish people in terms of how they see their country's support for Ukraine?
I think there is a majority saying that we should do more. I don't think there is a majority saying that we should do more. But the previous defense minister was quite reluctant. Well, basically a statement that we need them ourselves in case, basically. So, but we have 24 in active duty.
I mean, in case the Norwegians are coming.
Yeah, exactly. Or the Finns, but then I mean, 12 against whatever they have, 12,000, then we wouldn't stand a chance anyway. So anyway, we have 24 in active service, and they are mainly used for training, obviously. And then there's 24 in storage, which I think were meant for Norway, but they didn't take them. So it's most likely, well, I'm not sure, but it could be 12 out of those 24 in storage. But yeah, so it actually could be more than 12.
So when they are successful, they can send more.
Yes. And also there's another thing, because those 24 in storage, they needed some upgrade, which obviously, well, according to reporting, it's a simple upgrade. But nevertheless needed. So maybe, yeah, it could be like that, 12 already or something, or whatever. Maybe it's 10 ready. Who knows? I don't know. So it could be
Come on, send 12 now, upgrade the others, send the next 12 right thereafter.
That's the way to go, Axel. I'm all for that.
So what are you waiting for then, John? I mean, come on, get there.
Why not? Yeah. I can try. Maybe I have some keys here that might. It's just a Volvo, so yeah, Volvo key should work.
Then, John, got a question here for you. Do you know whether sending the Stridsvagn 103 makes sense?
The 103, is that the turretless 103? That's the old one, right?
Correct, the turretless one. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Well, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. That was in service when I did my services. That was like in the 80s, and I don't think there would be any. Well, I guess, I mean, there's some firepower, but and I don't think there's anything around either. They all been cut up, I think, scrapped.
Do you know of any that are currently remaining?
I don't have a clue, but I doubt. Well, of course, there might be some museum pieces and so on, but I don't think there's anything in reserves. I highly doubt. Maybe I'm wrong, but I doubt it, because the Swedish defense was more or less well, just gutted. There was nothing left after the fall of the USSR.
Okay. I mean, being turretless wouldn't wouldn't be an issue though, would it? Because I mean, throughout history, there's been vehicles like the Jagd Panther, for example, which didn't require a turret and were basically a casemate on wheels. So, but the question is a moot point because
I don't think it's a problem being without the turret. I mean the obvious. Now if I can't find the English word, but the positive thing is that it, you know, it has a lower profile, so less to shoot at with whatever you shoot with. But it wouldn't win any turret tossing contest. That's the problem.
Yeah, 100%. It'd be there certainly wouldn't be any of that involved. What else would you like to see Sweden send then, John?
CV90s, the IFVs.
CV90.
Yeah, and those we have quite a lot of. I think it's up to 500 or something.
Yeah, 500 IFV sounds rather useful right now. Great.
Yeah, and then of course, if we go to heavier stuff, we also have the main battle tank, the Stridsvagn 122, which is the now most famous one in the world. I think it's the Leopard upgraded.
Oh yeah, and how many of those does Sweden currently have?
I think it's 200 or something, or less. Less than 200. 160 maybe, something like that.
Well, perhaps we should get a new hashtag going.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Actually, it comes under the Free the Leopard. It comes under the Free the Leopards. I mean, if because they also need Mr. Scholz to sign the dotted line, I think, to be delivered.
Yeah, I think the key issue is the CV90. Sweden has enough of them. Sweden does not fear current invasion from Norway or Finland, as we just established. Nobody is coming across the Öresund bridge from Denmark because they're friendly neighbors. I know they are friendly neighbors. Do you hear me, Dan John? They're very friendly neighbors.
Actually,
say after me, the Danes are friendly neighbors.
The Danes are this is difficult, but I will try. The Danes are friendly neighbors. Okay, I got it.
Okay, so now that we established this, the CV90s are a fantastic piece of kit. And as Pekka Toveri, the say retired general and former head of Finnish military intelligence said, they are definitely superior and therefore preferable, both in terms of punch power as well as overall mobility, efficiency, and maintenance cost, and versatility, as well as deflective capacity and therefore survivability for the troops involved as IFVs transporting troops and making a difference in the battlefield to the German Marders. As a consequence, if you have 500 of them, how many of them do you need to defend against the Öresund bridge? I mean, if that's your only danger.
I would say you probably could put one in each lane. That would make 4, and then a couple on the flanks. So I don't know. But that's it. Then you could stop anything on the bridge, I think.
So what you're saying is that Sweden and Germany together, with the release of everything the coalition of the willing could approve, or could be approved for the Leopard 2s and Leopard 1s, Sweden and that coalition could simply win this for Ukraine alone.
I think so, and that would be great, wouldn't it? If something finally happens. I wouldn't be surprised if those would be part of it as well. But I really don't know. But the new defense minister is quite aggressive.
I think the CV90s are way on top of the list of those items required by our friends in Ukraine.
Yeah, I agree. And also, it has a better name in Swedish. We call it Stridsfordon 90. So if you care
Okay, Stridsfordon 90.
Yes.
Okay, now everybody speak after me. Stridsfordon 90. Wendy, I can't hear you.
Stridsfordon.
Perfect.
It's the only other bit of Swedish I know, apart from, you ready for this, Den John? De har fina rumpor.
Oh, tack så mycket. How do you know?
I went to Gothenburg on holiday once.
I wasn't there then, though.
Yeah, you weren't the target audience.
Lunchtime. Do you know what the Swedish for corkscrew is?
I do not.
Korkeskruer.
No, that's the Swedish chef in the Muppet Show. It's corkscrewed, but I get it when.
I just love the intonation. It just yeah, it's great. Music to my ears.
So I came up to defend Ben because you put me in the unfortunate position of defending the French, Dan John.
Yeah, no, we have this heritage, and the French heritage, and actually Ben rubbed it in the other night. That's why I'm offended whenever I'm reminded. He told me that the French one-man army one time invaded Sweden, and everything changed after that, and has never come back to what it was. And he's right, and that's offensive.
Oh, if I'd known that, I mean, they tend to exaggerate their military victories, let's say.
He's right. I mean, the guy came in a boat, and then the rest is history.
Then John, maybe you want to tell the audience who is not quite up to scratch with the Swedish history, who was the man and in which position he ended up.
Say again, Ben. Sorry, I didn't get that.
Maybe you want to tell the audience who was the man in question and in which position, which job he landed once he arrived in Sweden.
I think he got like this apprentice in Stockholm, in the castle. Unfortunately, I think he became king.
I really wish there was like a question mark emoji on this application. What on
Okay,
earth is that
we're not
about?
going to bore everyone with Swedish history, Franco-Swedish history. For once, we'll spare them this. I don't know. I think Axel and Wendy are having fun. They must be enjoying. There must be a cricket match. Damn it, they're watching it without me. Wendy, are you watching the cricket match, or should we move on to the hands?
I think we should definitely move on to the hands, Ben. In terms of the cricket, I have the starting 11 for the MriyaReport cricket team already written down. And I can tell you that my pronunciation of that is much better than my Swedish pronunciation. And I can see Joey with his hand up. Welcome, Joey.
Hiya. The Swedish can send whatever they like, as long as it's not flat back furniture. Has there been any more missile strikes today? My family's out of power in the western Ukraine, and I was just wondering, I hadn't heard any more missile strikes recently. That was a joke then, John. When Harry Maguire scored against Sweden in the World Cup a couple of years ago, someone found one of his old tweets, and that's what that was related to, about flat back furniture.
But they could send ammunition on a flatbed.
Yeah, we will send it on a Billy bookshelf.
So no missile strikes today then, or drone strikes or anything.
We can ask CJ. He may be more in the know at the moment. I have not been able to attend to this during the evening. CJ, do we have anything more about missile strikes and drone strikes and the likes?
So in the last 48 to 72 hours, the number of drone strikes and missile strikes coming from Russia has decreased severely. You know, we all remember the massive barrage of missile strikes, which followed the Kerch Strait Bridge attack. And, you know, basically for the week and a half period afterwards, there was up to 400 missile strikes and perhaps up to 300 drone strikes, specifically the Iranian drone, the Shahed 136. And those seem to have stopped. And so what I'm interested in, of course, for understanding the situation is, you know, how many drones do they have left? And the best guess that anyone can sort of track is that perhaps at most 600 Iranian drones have been given to the Russians or are being used by Iran, specifically the IRGC, in both Belarus and Crimea. And an important note to that one of the reasons why it may have slowed down is because, well, as of a couple hours ago, one of the IRGCs of the Iranian, Quds Force, basically their equivalent of special operations, who helps run these drones, was killed in an assassination in Iran. So that might make it a little bit more difficult to coordinate these drone strikes in the future.
It's good. I like the fact that they're running out of missiles because it stops them killing innocent people. Hopefully hastens the end of this war. This war is really going like the rumble in the jungle now. Russia's like forming, just swinging aimlessly at Ukraine, missing.
And well, to that end, some more good news is that the IRIS-T systems from Germany, which, you know, did take a while to get there, but they do, you know, they are quite complicated to run and operate, have currently, in terms of the past week of operations, about a 90% successful interception rate, which is great news because not only are more coming, but of course, NASAMS are arriving soon and more advanced air defenses. So when, you know, Russia inevitably gets more drones from Iran for the time being, or, you know, missiles from Iran, which we have not seen yet being used, Ukraine will be in a much better position to defend themselves, which is what we're all.
That sounds like CJ received a call. Ben, whilst we're waiting for CJ, you want to take over?
Yeah, I had two questions. One for the general audience, if they know that whether this member of the Republican Guard, sorry, not Guard, the Revolutionary Guard, that was killed in Iran is the same as the one that was ambushed in Baluchistan. Because if it's the case, that's most interesting. Especially when we consider what's going on in Baluchistan at the moment and what could be at play. That if he got killed there, that's really interesting. Hopefully, our friend Nazim will come and tell us more about it at some point. And the other thing is about the trouble with the Phantom Fleet, but I guess this is for later because right now there's lunchtime with his hand up, and you know when lunchtime is calling, you gotta go.
Thanks, Ben. So I actually had two questions, right? One is, what were you saying about the refineries? And the second question is, what is going on with Medvedev's leather coat? I can't hear you, Ben. I don't know if it's just me.
No, it's not just you. Lunchtime. Ben has just temporarily dropped. Luckily, we've got CJ coming up. And Ben as well. CJ, great to have you back. Den John.
Yeah, just a lunchtime's question to Ben about, you asked about the refineries. What was the issue with the refineries, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. He started to mention something about.
Yeah, I think I saw a post from him before, from Ben, saying that this Indian refineries will not accept Russian oil. Something like that. But maybe he will come up and explain more in detail. Yeah, here he is.
Well, that's big news, Crocky.
That's great news.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting that. Wow.
Just trying to bring up Ben now, Den John at lunchtime, just to answer that question. And here he is. Welcome back, Ben. Mic check.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. So did CJ get to answer the question about the Baluchistan?
Not as such. We were got a few questions for you actually, Ben. Starting with the refineries. Is that right, Den John?
Yes. The question was, what was the issue with the refineries then?
Oh, there's no issues with refineries. Everything is going fantastic with refineries. But what's truly interesting is what's beyond the refineries. But let's not go too fast ahead. The good news is that the two largest Indian, so from the Republic of India, the two largest Indian refineries have announced that they would stop buying Russian oil in a very, very close future. The reason why they're doing this is that they're trying to avoid what they're seeing as the threat of secondary sanctions from the European Union. This is very, very important because maybe some of you remember when Tomasz came to tell us about the sanctions, the latest 8th package of sanctions that had been passed by the EU. One of them was a provision for what they call secondary sanctions, and secondary sanctions are are the possibility to put under sanctions companies that are not Russian, but which are considered to be trading with Russia in such a way that is actually breaking the rules that the EU is trying to set. This could apply to any company in the world. When the provision was passed, the list was empty. So they considered that no company was yet to be targeted, but next round, any company could be targeted. And clearly, those two companies saw the writing on the wall and decided to stop buying Russian oil. So that's very, very good news. That means that the secondary sanctions are working. That was not a given. Some people might have thought, "Hey, the EU is no big deal. They don't have the draw for this sort of thing. They don't have the guts for this sort of things." But clearly somebody flinched. Somebody believes them. Somebody thinks that the FATSOs in Brussels may be slow, may be weak, but when they've decided to do something, we're really in deep boo-boo, and so people are backtracking. So this is not the perfect. It's not a golden bullet. Companies are still gonna buy Russian oil. Some of that Russian oil will be unloaded in Malaysia and then sold again as Malaysian oil. Apparently, last month Malaysia sold twice more oil than it produced. So it's up to anyone guess where that all came from, actually. But what's important is that every single extra step that is necessary, that is separating the final consumer from the Russian seller, every single one of those steps is a bit less money into the Russian government's pockets, and that is crucial. At the end of the day, it's almost the same whether they get nothing or whether they get, I don't know, €5 per liter. What's crucial is that they don't get €60 per liter, if they per barrel. Sorry, not per liter. But if they don't get those fat cash per barrel, if they get very little, we don't care. The main objectives that have been realized, and what the decision of those 2 Indian refineries is signaling, that is that whatever the Russians are trying to do, it's not working, it won't work. And even if it does work, it is not going to bring them enough money for them to continue waging their criminal war in Ukraine. So too early to open the champagne, but definitely a good signal. And yeah.
Sorry, but that's excellent news. I mean, no one. I really wasn't expecting that, and I can't completely pass me by today. So that's really interesting, and it sort of illustrates the difference between the Indian government's position, which they can now maintain to keep their, ostensible friendship with Putin or whatever it is they want to preserve, while at the same time, private action can actually starve the Russian government of further sort of funding to continue this hideous invasion. So that's excellent news. Brilliant.
Yeah, hopefully it is the beginning of a trend, and Indian as well as non-Indian companies are going to start disengaging from business with Russian providers. But Wendy, who do you think we should go next to? There's CJ and there's Colby. I love them both equally. So you need to make a choice. I can't. I just can't.
The agony of choice you've given me there, Ben. I'm going to have to go with Cole because he's got his hand up, and I'm sure I know CJ is a busy man. He's probably jumping out of an airplane right now, for all we know. So logically, that makes sense to me. Hey, Colby.
Thank you. Just a little bit of breaking news. There's a very large fire in a industrial exurb of St. Petersburg in Russia, which I have geolocated. It's pretty big, lots of photos and video coming out. And it's at a warehouse where there's a lot of different industrial and commercial tenants. One of them is a rolled metal products manufacturer, amongst others. So yeah, just more random spontaneous fires, smoking incidents in Russia. They very lax safety standards there, as we know.
Yeah, isn't it the second such very large fire? Is there a military factory or something like that? A powder plant or of some sort? Because there was one of them on fire in Pesk, I think, earlier late last week.
I don't know. There's so many of them; it's hard to keep track of them all. But yeah, I mean, this one, I don't know if there's anything of military significance here or not. But it's it's a very large fire. I think it's spreading to other buildings in the area. Seeing a lot of reports of thousands of square meters burning right now. So see what else I can dig up. But I do have it geolocated exactly where at least one of the videos is being taken from.
CJ, I've got a question for you. Do you think the not Republican Guard, Revolutionary Guard officer that was killed is the same as the the Revolutionary Guard officer that was killed in Balochistan recently. So, what was the guy in question killed in Balochistan?
No, I think it was Zedron, and I would say the details are very sparse right now. So again, there's only a few places claiming this right now, so we'll have to wait for some more details. What is known information is that there are anywhere between 100 and 200 Iranians in Belarus and in Crimea. Several have been killed, I guess, in action, as it would be, operating drones against Ukraine. And this, whatever just happened in Iran, and whether it's related, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But no, I don't think so, because that is a very different part of the world. I mean, as everyone knows, Iran is a massive country, and Balochistan is very much so in the southeastern corner of where it abuts Afghanistan and some other places. So I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Okay, that's gonna be an interesting one. Lunchtime. Do you know more about this?
I do not. I just wanted to comment on this is a huge fire. That's massive. So yeah, just wanted to express that really.
CJ, you also want to talk about the size of the fire?
Well, no, as you know, there's a rumor in St. Petersburg, or more accurately, a fire. No, I wanted to speak to just briefly another rumor, since we have Den John here, our favorite Archers fan. If that rumor has now been confirmed, I know the committee that was looking into this had perhaps approved 12 to be sent to Ukraine, but I know it's been going on for 6 months. So I'm just curious if there had been any official movement on that, Den John.
No, see, it's unfortunately it's still a rumor, but I think it's a very likely rumor, more than very likely rumor, because a month ago the previous government gave the mission to the defense forces to check what could be spared, and we have 24 Archers in service and 24 Archers in storage. So my guess is that some of those 24 in storage will be given to Ukraine, and also this was the wish from the current government before they were in government, when they were MPs. They clearly stated we need to send Archers, among other things, Archers, because we have them and Ukraine need them. So I'm pretty optimistic that this will happen. And there's I mean, the Swedish people want to do it. We want to do what we can. So I'm very optimistic.
And to be clear, for everyone's awareness, if you didn't know, both Sweden and Finland, not members of NATO yet, but still per capita, some of the biggest arms donations and sales to Ukraine. So incredible supporters of the cause. It's just this one issue with these very nice self-propelled artillery systems that even the United States is considering buying, and many other countries as well. So everyone's very eager to see them in action in support of Ukraine, of course. So it sounds like, that's more likely today than it was yesterday. So we'll take it.
Yeah, the CV90s are the key element currently required, in addition to tanks and more howitzers. So the CV90s are the next target.
And speaking of targets, Axel, it looks like Germany is continuing to increase its aid to Ukraine, which is well received. I'd imagine 2 more Mars, and did I see 4 Panzer howitzers, or perhaps more?
Yeah, the rumor was earlier today that it might be 6, but nothing really was confirmed. There was a brief statement and then some discussion about it, and then they withdrew it. I don't know what. It's either 4 or 6.
Well, that's incredible still, because even though the first howitzers that were delivered from NATO armies in terms of NATO standardization in April, here we are 6 months later, and they're still short on shells, short on guns. things that they, of course, need, especially to break through these ridiculous Wagner lines and everything of the like. So yeah, that's wow, more good news. We'll take it.
Of course, we'll always take good news and good wine. We always take it. Background. Welcome boards.
Quick mic check here.
Mic check.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, I've got Bluetooth on. I just want to make sure you can hear me. Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, the reason I stopped by to comment today is regarding the intersection of the war in Ukraine and what's going on in Iran, specifically with regard to this recent Washington Post dust up about that letter that was signed by progressive Democrats. This has already had, excuse me?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I was shocked. I was looking at this. I know Jamie Raskin. I was shocked by this. I'm looking at the Washington Post and I see this picture and Jamie's in the picture. And this is crazy because you don't have to explain to Jamie Raskin which side of this battle you need to be on. You don't need to explain it to him. So how this happened.
Background. One thing you do
Yeah?
need to explain is who the heck is Jenny Baskin?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Jamie Raskin. He's a congressional representative in the United States Congress. He's most people know him because of his activity on the January 6th committee. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So he is a well-known leftist, very well-read on constitutional law, very good on civil rights, very good on human rights. There is no way in hell that he would take any side other than Ukraine's. You don't have to explain to Jamie Raskin what is being uncovered in every city liberated from the Russians. So I was stunned. I've known this guy for a long time. I was stunned that he was involved with this. And I've learned since, they've walked it back and they're saying it was a staffer. But the problem is this, and this is why I bring it to your attention. Apparently, there's a think tank called the Quincy Institute, which was new to me. So I checked them out. They were involved somehow in the machination of getting this letter pushed into the Washington Post. This is a disinformation campaign. One of the founders of Quincy Institute is Trita Parsi, which is a name that would be familiar to anybody in this room who follows the Iran room, because they know Trita Parsi was a founder of NIAC. Trita Parsi is the link that connects NIAC to the mullahs of the Islamic Republic. And what they did in 2009, very effectively, was they targeted liberal academics during the Green Revolution and said, don't get involved, because if America gets involved, the mullahs will be worse. So hold back, let them do their thing. Everybody did. And then they went in, they turned off the internet and they slaughtered people. That's the game they played right now again, but this time with Ukraine. So you guys, I want you to be aware of this. Validate it, check it. I know there are plenty of people. I see CJ's up here. I know a lot of you people are very good at this stuff. But it's the Quincy Institute and Trita Parsi, and that is a connection to the regime and the Islamic Republic. That is a direct connection. And so this is an attempt to undermine the solidarity, to undermine the support for what's going for Ukraine. And it's being done in a very devious way. And it's a replay of a successful operation they ran before. So I wanted to bring this to the room's attention. And that was basically the point of my being here right now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Background. Okay, well, I guess that's a possibility. Even you cannot completely vouch for it, but it's an interesting theory. Let's put it this way. If confirmed, it will tell us one thing. Lefty parties really need a counterintelligence wing, every single one of them. Between the SPD and now what you're telling us about the Democratic Party, it's starting to be a bit of a
the source for the connection, the way I found that connection, that was a tweet by Josh Marshall, who's well known in the United States. He's very clearly a left-wing political commentator with a long history of reliable reporting. He has a bias, but he is reliable in his reporting. I wouldn't burden or waste the time in this room if I didn't think it was credible. But in the interest of the expertise in this room, I'm not saying believe me. I'm just saying all of these points coming together at once is something I think deserves to be looked at. And so that is where I leave it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that background. I think CJ also has a bias. He doesn't like the 101st, and he wants to tell us about it. Go ahead, CJ. CJ, I don't think we can hear you. Wendy, can you hear CJ?
That's a negative, Ben. I think CJ is just jumping out of an aeroplane, and he'll be back with us shortly.
He's making an habit. Well, in the meantime, what do you say we go to Timu?
Sounds good.
Hi. So the publication of the Queen's Institute is called Responsible Statecraft, and I think Ben Hodges renamed it Irresponsible Statecraft. I think that's the new name given by Ben Hodges to it is quite appropriate. They have lots of weird appeasement about this war.
Okay. Do you mean Ben Hodges?
Yeah, he quoted one of their articles and said that this publication should not be named Responsible Statecraft, but Irresponsible Statecraft. That is their magazine's name of the Quincy Institute.
Okay, thanks for bringing that to us. We're definitely in favor of responsible statecraft here at the MriyaReport. We're in favor of other things as well, aren't we, Ben?
Yeah, whatever you do, statecraft responsibly. Okay. What else? What else was interesting today? What's terrible is that I can often listen to Domin for hours on end, and he seems to be endlessly talking about fascinating stuff. And when comes for me the time to forgotten
Shall
everything.
I help you? We were talking earlier today about the IRST systems. Maybe we can highlight the fact what Denis Shmyhal said earlier today, Ukraine's prime minister, in which a friend of the space, Roman Sheremeta, just tweeted out a few minutes ago that 9 out of 10 missiles are currently being shut down by the IRST system from Germany. Unfortunately, they are not being shipped as quickly as they should be. The Germans have them. It's made in Germany, quite perfectly working, in mint condition, if you would say so. But just like with the Leopards, more of them need to be freed.
The Leopards or the Gepards?
Leopards, Gepards, all the German Wildcats need to be freed up.
Yeah. Yeah, I had seen the thing on the iris. I thought that the touch for the reception of the German president was very, very well put. Did you see it, Axel? I'm sure you did.
I saw a lot of him. What do you mean specifically? That they had to go into a bunker in Genevieve or close to Genevieve?
Oh, no. I meant the flower arrangement.
I couldn't care less about flower arrangements. The only thing I care for is that he said the right thing finally, that he was wrong about Putin and that he made the wrong decisions in the past. And that he praised the resilience and the commitment and the leadership of President Zelensky. I think this was high time to hear from him.
I fully agree with you, but his Ukrainian hosts were exceedingly kind, and they made a hat tip to thank the German people through him by putting a bouquet of iris flowers in the middle of the table.
Yeah, that's sweet and nice and humorous, but I think they should have put a piece of paper there on which they could outline to him so that he can take it home to the Bundeskanzler as to what to do with his procrastination, I think. But that's fine. I don't care for the symbolism. I care for the delivery.
All right. Colby, I think you're first, and then we'll go to Sweden. Please go ahead.
So update on this fire. One of the tenants at this warehouse complex is a logistics company which specializes in rail logistics for military hardware.
Ouch. You mean that 7 train trolleys left and they've lost them in a fire? They're gonna have to go to the front line walking now?
God willing, yes.
Well, oh well. Fantastic. Thanks, Colby. I have no idea where you find those things, but thanks a lot. Yeah, and he won't tell us. Then John, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. So, question for Axel. All those air defense systems, they require some missiles, right? So my question is, how's the availability in stock of that? I mean, because I assume you need a lot.
Yeah, there seems to be sufficient missile availability for the RST.
The United Kingdom is providing AMRAAMs, so there will be no shortage of missiles for IRIS-T.
Yeah, and the stock from Germany seemingly also being supplied is quite extensive. So, but yes, Colby is correct. Absolutely.
Great.
By the way, Axel, when you were saying that 9 out of 10 were shut down, do you think he meant today, yesterday, or?
No, that's the average currently, which is recorded by the Ukrainians. And don't ask me whether it's 88 or 90% or 91 or 92. I have no idea. They said 9 out of 10, or Dennis Schmier said. We can try to dig deeper, but it seems to be a pretty damn good ratio across the days it has been used.
Wow, pretty impressive. Lunchtime, please go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Ben. So I had 2 questions, right? One was, Axel, have you followed what happened with today's visit to Kiev from the German president? I know there was some more military aid that was briefly mentioned, that was agreed. But aside from that, like, do you know how the meeting went or anything like that?
As I understand, the two parties highlighted the fact that in addition to the existing, Germany does a lot by these municipal arrangements, so city partnerships, and they had, I think beforehand, let me check, I think there was 134 something. Wait one, I can dig out the number. It's a strange thing. It's very typically German. Where is this? There was a number. Don't name me on the exact number. Something like 130 something city partnerships have been closed between German municipalities and Ukrainian municipalities since last year, and roundabouts 30 something thereof, or close to 40 thereof, have been now closed and agreed since the beginning of the invasion. And in Germany and in German newspapers all across the board, this has been praised for the fact that the engagement of the cities is there. That's fine. It is okay, because it actually means something for those for the solidarity, and German municipalities take this very seriously, and they then help and work with the other municipality. They bring both their municipal budget to bear and their capacity. So, for example, a municipality is very good at wastewater treatment. They almost likely will have specialists from that going in there. If they're good at, I don't know, municipal state heating, electricity systems, you name it, whatever is there, or the companies, corporates.
Sorry,
within
Axel.
the
Sorry.
What?
Sorry. So what is that? What is that? Is that like twinning or something? Is that like having a twin city?
Yeah, you would call it twinning, but the amount of the intensity, seemingly, which other nations assign to this, seems to be a bit lower. German municipalities have made this one thing of their civic pride, that they invest heavily when they create twin cities. So they really invest into this. They've done so, for example, during the 1990s with many cities in Central Eastern Europe, which is why there is a good relationship network across from all the Baltics down to Romania. And you can find this everywhere. So the Germans take this seriously, and this is why they praised it, and that's all nice and fine. So this is forward-looking. But it's the president. The president has absolutely no bearing, zero bearing on whatever kind of military agreements, deliveries, and so on and so forth. This is completely irrelevant. So what he did there, he paid homage, and he apologized by means of saying something positive about the leadership quality of Zelensky. And he went to Korytkivka, which is a location where essentially the SS had committed war crimes. Don't know the number. I think it's 6,400 people were killed in atrocious conditions when the SS committed those crimes during the war, which is why this location had been selected beforehand. And he went to this place. Yeah, that's that. And then he listened to the people on site, and he went back to the city, to Kiev from the Chernihiv Oblast. So that's it. That's what a German president can do.
So I mean,
think Vladimir Klitschko and Vasily Klitschko, both of them actually went with him around, because they're obviously, as say, the team of brothers, one of them being the official mayor, but the other one being not only his brother, but also his closest friend and partner in this matter. And them speaking perfect German and being extremely well regarded in Germany, and having been sent, so to say, as ambassadors of Ukraine to Germany now numerous times, which has helped definitely in order to sensitize German political elites in recent months. So they were showing him around in Kyiv. And that's it. So I think the office building, the office building, which was bombed a few days ago, the one where many of our friends had offices. I mean, really, friends had offices, and many startups and fintech companies and the likes had offices, which was bombed. 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago, something. A very decent building, and that was shown to them as well. So nothing unusual, but then again, he can't commit to anything.
I mean, it does sound like quite a strong symbolic message, though, and like it seems like that's quite a strong signifier of, I don't know, solidarity, atonement. Going
yeah, on day 244.
True, absolutely. But given the history of the guy, you know, I don't think I was expecting that. So that's I mean, I don't know, because it might signal something more concrete down the line, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, what shall I say? I'm German. I remain disappointed, ashamed of this person, his conduct in office, his conduct prior to his office. Yeah, sorry.
I do understand, but you know, we have to look at positives as well, right? And actually, there's hands up, so I'll shut up. I'll sort of cycle down. Thanks, Axel.
Sure.
Thanks, Lunchtime. Border Collie.
Thank you. So I wanted to go back to this idea about secondary sanctions on India and refineries refusing Russian oil. I would first ask, what secondary sanctions are you talking about? I am not aware of them. And second of all, I would say, I just today, by coincidence, happened to look at changes in Russian oil imports by country since the war. And India is by far the largest change in the positive direction in the world. It's something like 4 million barrels a day. It makes China look like peanuts. China's picked up about 1 million, and it's obviously a much bigger GDP. So obviously we would hope for such an outcome, but I'm extremely skeptical that that's the case. The line is like gone vertical, and it's expected to increase Indian imports. So could you please tell me what secondary sanctions you're talking about and where you get this idea that it's going to end, that the import increase is going to end?
Well, the news was broke by several outlets. If you look at my timeline, I think I've reposted a few. So that's for the immediate effect, and then again, I'm not saying that this is going to how can I put it, immediately diminish the amount of oil coming out of Russia. What I'm saying is that before reaching India, that oil is going to have to transit, and potentially transit quite a bit, and as a result, become they won't be able to sell it at quite the same price. That's the first thing, and then there's the second thing, which is admittedly more hopeful than anything else. But it's if such big players are taking very seriously the risk of secondary sanction seriously enough to change their source of imports. It is possible that they're not going to be the only one, and that quite a few other companies are going to stop directly importing Russian oil, and thus, in a way, they're going to follow the price cap that the EU is trying to set in place. And as a result, the price cap may apply to more than just the EU. As you noted, a number of non-EU, non-European even countries have picked up quite a lot of Russian oil at the moment. And with, as I said, with a bit of luck, they will, by hook or by crow, they will respect the European price cap. It's a conjecture. It's a hope. It's nothing more than this. If you find a flaw in my reasoning, I'm more than willing to admit that it's. I didn't put days and days thinking about it, but yeah, that's my
It's
piece.
not so. Yeah, so it's not a flaw in your reasoning whatsoever. It's just I'm hearing the opposite. So I think what's the news is that Russia is going to be able to ship oil without insurance companies that are based in London or Europe, and so they likely have the oil shipping capacity such that the sanctions don't touch them, and that's the problem. And so I think if you want India, which is the main moral culprit in this situation, China's not helping, but we're going to have to affirmatively figure out a way to deal with India and tell them what you're doing is immoral. And I'm not sure exactly what the approach should be, but I'm completely pessimistic. I think if you look at the graph, India is buying more and more oil from Russia because of the Urals discount, which is significant. And I think pressure on India is the thing to do here. Political pressure. I think we all complain, oh, Germany isn't giving tanks to Ukraine, okay, but India is filling the coffers of Russia. And it's kind of like you dump on your friends to some extent, and I just don't hear the complaints about Indian behavior that I think are warranted here.
I think it's a lot more complex than you make it to be. The first one is that India will never be able to replace Europe like for like. That's a pipe dream. They don't have the money for that. A few boats for sure, but at the end of the day, they cannot buy neither the amounts nor at the price that Europe could buy and did buy. So that's the first big difference. The second one is that apparently, whether or not Russia is able to use the Ghost Fleet to send oil down south is still a big question mark. What they're saying is that tankers market is extremely tight at the moment, and that one of the problems that they're facing is that sending tankers from St. Petersburg or from even further north all the way around to India is damn long. So a nice trip of maybe 15 days to Rotterdam is suddenly replaced by a long one of, I don't even know how long it takes, probably 3 months, 5 months to go all the way to Calcutta or to Mumbai or wherever else. And the result of this is that they don't. It takes a lot more tankers, a lot more ships to carry the same amount of oil, and the payments are not made at the same time, and the price is not the same, etc., etc., etc. So it's not a replacement like for like, and it will not be. And as you said, there is the discount, the massive Ural discount, which with a bit of luck is going to increase. And then again, we don't care whether the Indians buy or don't buy Russian oil. What we do care about is that they don't buy it for too much. But remember, this is India we're talking about. They're not going to buy it for too much because they can't. They're very elastic on prices. So I don't think that too much pressure is going to solve the problem. I think, or rather, the size of the problem needs to be carefully estimated based on the fact at play, and it's quite possible that the situation is not nearly as grim, and that the ability of India to swallow more of Russia's exports is either limited or limited at a high price. At a low price, maybe they can swallow it all, but at a high price, maybe they won't take it. And again, we're not even sure most of it can reach them. So there's so many questions, so many issues that before even getting into the should they, will they, there's the can they, and on this one the jury is very much out. So let's solve that problem, and then we move on to the next one, right? Butter?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree on the complexity, but I think we should increase the pressure, the political pressure on India. I mean, from the graphs I saw today, there's Russia produces something like 10 million barrels a day, and China's picked up 1, India's picked up 4, and that's as of backward looking, whatever the data is probably lagged a couple of weeks. So that's a significant pickup. So they're getting, it's like $90, whatever it is now, Brent. They're getting $30 off for the euro discount. So let's call it 60 round number, 65. But the marginal cost in Russia is extremely low. It might be 25. So that's presenting, $40 a barrel of profit to Russia. And I think that's keeping them going. And I just wonder, obviously India is a poor country and there's only a certain extent to which we can pressure them. But I just kind of wonder, given their close relationship with the US historically and with the West in general, I put Canada and UK for sure in that group. We all know who the new PM of the UK is. And can we not pressure them to stop, keeping, the Russia on this cardiac support? I'm just think there's a lot of criticism. It's probably warranted on a lot of allies on this space. It's typically the Germans and other allies, but sometimes we don't think about the damage that India is doing. And India is always very strong about their moral standing in the world, and I just it's just very disappointing. But I don't disagree with anything you said.
The United States and other Western countries do not have close historical relations with India. Quite the opposite, in fact. For most of India's history, they've been fairly closely aligned with Moscow, despite officially being members of the non-aligned movement. They've purchased most of their arms from Russia. So any relationship that exists between India and the United States or other Western countries is fairly new. India still harbors some fairly strong feelings towards the United Kingdom in particular. The United States certainly has gone to some great lengths recently to try and develop closer relations with India. But I would say the current administration does not have particularly good relations with Modi, and I wouldn't say there's anybody else in the EU or the West more broadly that has particularly strong relations with the Modi government. And I agree that we need to try and firmly remove them permanently from any sort of orbit they have around Moscow. But this has not been an easy process, and unless we have a solution for them for those barrels of oil they're currently buying from Russia, how that's going to be replaced overnight, they're going to continue to be fairly hesitant in abandoning the lucrative deal they currently have with Moscow.
Yeah, totally.
I have another take on oil. It's a black gold, and you cannot sanction gold. Could you sanction the short-living ISIS state with oil? No, they could export oil. Totally isolated, they could export it. I have another idea. Just get a deal with Maduro and wait for the next recession, which is coming, and oil prices sink to the ground.
Thanks, Ralph. Thanks, Colby, for your point. You're very right. But is it also not so that India is drifting away from Russia and has been over the past, say, 10 years, increasingly so?
They have been relative to their historical position because they see value in maintaining more friendly relations with the United States, who historically have been backers of Pakistan with military equipment and economic support, diplomatic support. That has been changing as well. So there's a bit of a realignment here underway, whereby China is becoming a more dominant supporter of Pakistan because they are India's natural enemy, and China wants to isolate India. So India is looking more towards the United States, but India very much continues to believe that they can play both sides here and maintain amicable relations with both Russia and the United States. And thus far, American policymakers, American presidents have not been able to make the case that India needs to abandon Russia and move firmly into the Western camp. And certainly the war in Ukraine presents an opportunity to make that point, that why would you continue to have any sort of relationship with Russia? What are you going to get from them? Military equipment? All of it is junk. That doesn't do you much good. You need to obviously buy from us if you want to have any chance of going up against China in a war. So there's certainly opportunity here, but I don't believe that our leaders here in the West have a very well-developed strategy how to actually put this into effect. And the oil point is just one example. I don't see any, I don't see President Biden or anybody else in the West coming up with a plan and offering that to Modi on how we are going to provide an alternative source of cheap energy to Russia, because begging OPEC to produce more certainly isn't a solution. So there needs to be a strategy there. How are we going to offer India an alternative? Because if we don't have an alternative, I think it's very unlikely that they're going to be willing to just give up Russian energy out of some moral principle. Obviously, we would like them to do that. Obviously, we all feel very strongly about the ethical argument against buying Russian energy, but they're looking at it a more practical economic reality that they're a developing country with very significant needs, and they're not going to inflict economic hardship on their own people for the sake of the moral and ethical principle here. And that's just the unfortunate reality.
Thanks, Colby. Yeah, so on that border, I think you need to revise your judgment, and which also sort of insulates India from whatever pressure you think the West should apply on it. But maybe lunchtime as a proud subject of the crown as an opinion on this.
A proud subject of the crown. I mean, I don't know. I think I think I share the disappointment that was expressed earlier, but at the same time, the picture, it's quite difficult to, because I've talked to some Indians in London, and yeah. So some of them have expressed things like Bhopal happened in 1984. This is a Union Carbide disaster. Something like a large number of people died, and so on. And that was an American company. And I think people feel resentment about things like that. There's certainly resentment about colonialism towards the UK, as I've discovered online. So the picture on that side, yes, you can think of it as in the way described, but at the same time, there is this huge diaspora, right? And like half of Silicon Valley, like the CEO of, I don't know, Google, I think, and maybe Microsoft, or, there's notable Indians in public positions in the US as CEOs and in other positions. So I think there are closer links between the West and India than there are, say, between Russia and India. I'm not 100% sure of that, but that's my sort of intuition. I don't know what the panel thinks.
I have to say, I don't really have a horse in the race. Maybe either Colby or Dan John. When it comes to superpower, we'll immediately think of Sweden. What do you think?
Oh, and now you put me in the hot seat. Honestly, I don't know. But lunchtime might have a point there. But I think here it's about economy, not relations, I think.
I mean, that is a fair point, yeah. But at the same time, I can't see, I don't see any Indian CEOs of Russian companies, put it that way,
fair points.
Yeah, and if I could just interject here, I think historically, whoever was the erudite speaker talking about the historical closeness of India to the Soviet Union, despite their non-aligned declaration, for sure, right? That's correct. But in the last several years, that's not how it's been. So Modi went to Houston famously, and they had the Howdy Modi rally, and because Houston has this giant Indian community, and I think if you take like a last 5 to 10 year perspective, you know, some ridiculous fraction of S&P 500 firms are led by Indians. The relationship has changed. The relationship is close, and you know, it's clearly self-interest. So economic self-interest versus morals. But I'm just saying, you know, there's expensive oil, and then there's a genocide in the Ukraine. So maybe pressuring India, you know, you could say it's not going to work, but maybe pressuring India through politics is the thing to do here. It's probably as effective as anything else, as any other aspect of sanctions that can be proposed at this point against Russia. You know, fully 40% of their oil exports are going to India. And so, you know, and you know, there could be some carrot along with the stick. I'm not sure what it could look like, but we could imagine, you know, if you do this, India, if you kind of make it difficult for Indian companies to import Russian oil, there are rewards on the other side, and there are significant rewards that the EU, the UK, and the US could offer.
If I could interject there, Ben, I think that would be extremely poorly received. I sort of followed like a couple of things that Modi spoke at, like I can't remember what they are now. They're incredibly boring sort of interstate sort of conferences. And just out of curiosity, this is looking at the sort of live cast and so on. And a sentiment that I saw expressed quite often was, isn't India now, India is now really important, sort of thing. I mean, I'm sort of really simplifying this and I'm a bit tired, so I do apologize. But I think any sort of attempt at, there was also a lot of defensiveness saying the West can't lecture us about anything, given their history. So I think any attempt at sort of moral persuasion, put like that, is going to go down like a fart in a bathtub. Much better would be some sort of economic incentive, and I'm sure there's plenty of those to offer. So,
right. Okay, I'm still thinking that we're fighting over $60 a barrel, which is widely insufficient for the Russian government to cover its cost. So as a result, maybe it's not so much of a problem. But that's my personal opinion. Jason, you joined the panel when we started talking about this. I'm sure that you want to contribute. Jason going once, Jason going twice. No Jason, never mind. All right. On another piece of news, there's apparently a conference, economics and political science conference, big one, that took place today in Valdai. Well, recently, this weekend probably, in Valdai in Russia. And it's an absolute who's who of the tankies in the West and in the US. So if you ever have a chance to look at a list of the speakers, you'll find who never ever to trust with your children's education or with your own trust in any way and shape or form possible. Apparently, there's even there's quite a few Frenchies, but I can't say I'm terribly surprised. More annoyingly, there's quite a few Americans, some of them having chairs in prestigious American universities such as Columbia in New York. Well, I've lost the page, but yeah. So there's still people nowadays, right now, going to Russia to speak, to participate, to academic conferences hosted by the Vice Prime Minister of the Russian Federation. That sounds all very nice, and who don't care about, first of all, their own countries, because in effect all of us are at war, undeclared, albeit, but at war against Russia, and so they're de facto traitors. But more importantly, they don't care about what is going on at the moment in Ukraine. They don't care about genocide. They don't care about the non-respect of the law, of international law. They don't care about the geopolitical danger that this is posing. They don't care about anything. They just care about, for some of them, they only care about the fat check that I'm sure they will receive from the Russian government, which must be absolutely delighted to show its population that no, we are not isolated. We still have friends all over the European continent, the American continent, not only weirdos from Venezuela and Cuba and Eritrea and places like that, but no, professors, economics professors, published in the greatest and finest academic papers, and teaching in the most famous universities across the West. And so there's people going there because they believe in that shit, and there's people going there because they believe in the money they're being provided. Either way, absolutely despicable that there are so many of them, and that they went through so much trouble to go there, because I mean, from New York you have to travel at the very least to Istanbul, and then from Istanbul to Russia. This is a bit of a long trip. I hope that the check was really, really big. Otherwise, that would be incomprehensible. But we know that the check is really, really big. So, yeah, that's very unfortunate. The Valdai Club. We'll keep the names, and we'll remember. We shall remember, and we have more important things to do at the moment. But once the Ukrainians have kicked the Muscovite out of their country and gotten their country back, gotten their citizens back, gotten the money that they deserve paid in total, we will start paying attention to the maggots that supported that other maggots, bigger maggots. So we'll pay attention to the small maggots that supported the big maggots, and we'll tell them what we think, and we'll tell the institutions what we think of the support they're bringing to the genocidal maniac, the maniac maggots. There's something there, but it's beyond my ability to pronounce. Now I'm upset. I've done it. There.
I think you make a good point, Ben. I mean, the internet never forgets. And the list of war criminals, the names on that list cannot and will never be removed. And the long arm of Ukrainian justice is going to show just how long it is in the years to come. So that these people who have chosen to go and leave the freedom and the safety that they enjoy in the Western world and go over to the country which likes to invade its neighbors and genocide people, they've basically gone to join a gang of thieves, haven't they? Thieves of lives. And Yeah, like Hunter S. Thompson said, in a gang of thieves, the only final sin is stupidity. And I think buying those plane tickets just to get that big fat check that you correctly noted that was the sole, no doubt the sole reason they're going over there, is an act of stupidity. So there's many stupid acts being committed in amongst the war crimes and the genocide that the Muscovites are currently carrying out and have been in Ukraine since 2014. But there's a bit of a difference this time. I can't help but note that on the anniversary of the charge of the Light Brigade, this time the invading Russians find that they've got HIMARS to the left of them, HIMARS to the right of them, HIMARS in front of them, volleyed and thundered. And for those of you who don't quite get that reference, that is a Tennyson reference to the charge of the Light Brigade, which I think is quite appropriate given that Ukraine and Ukraine's warriors, its men and women fighting courageously for their country, have the ability to strike the invading war criminals at will and at a time of their choosing, because it is their land and they have earned the right to fight on their terms and set the victory conditions which they decide.
Can we call it the, for instance, when talking about Bakhmut, can we call it the charge of the stupid brigade?
Absolutely.
Isn't there something like into the valley of death, they go and then they go again and again, and for the 19th time they're going. Now they're really the stupid brigade. There's no way around it. But okay.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Ben. I mean, stormed out with shot and shell. We can get to that part of the poem, but yeah, the number used in the actual poem, "The Charge of the Light Brigade," is 600. I think there's two noticeable problems with comparisons when we reach this point in the Charge of the Light Brigade poem, and that is, the number isn't 600. It is apparently 8,000 Wagnerites that have died around Kherson. That's just one source that I've read. So it is in the thousands, quite likely. The other thing is they're not actually charging in the right direction. They're charging in the opposite direction that they're meant to be charging. So hopefully they'll keep charging all the way back to whence they came, and just keep going all the way to Moscow. Lunchtime.
Oh, look, I've just archived that list of so-called experts. So you're quite right. The internet won't forget it. So there we are. Yeah. Archive.org is an amazing thing.
I think it was yesterday. You don't need the internet for this day. Like, it literally was on yesterday. That Professor Jeffrey D. Sachs from Columbia University spoke at the Valdai Club against a unipolar world and for the dialogue between nations. I wish I was joking, but this is actually what they're talking about, and what they're saying that they're favoring. They're fighting against imperialism. Would you believe that?
I can well believe it, sadly. There's plenty of people like that everywhere, unfortunately. I mean, it's one of the. I mean, I'm not going to name the person concerned, but they're a regular on the space, and we were having a chat about the extent to which this sort of stuff has infected the academic world, and it's. I know it's been talked about more than it has been in the past. In recent times, even before the start of this war, there was sort of this sort of awareness that, hang on a minute. But yeah, it's sadly, yeah.
Nick, do you have something, some chosen words for Professor Sachs, or do you have some proposal for the new charge of the Stupid Brigade?
I think it's. I think we need, maybe not with Professor Sachs, but when dealing with ordinary people and sincere ordinary people, it isn't obvious to well-meaning people why a statement such as, you know, Ukraine and Russia should sit down and have peace talks is wrong. When we in the West see a war going on elsewhere in the world, we tend to look at the news and we see the United Nations is calling for a ceasefire and peace talks, and we mostly tend to nod along. So we've got a degree of sophistication in this space, but also a degree of hard-nosedness about the situation that most people who notice Ukraine in the news about once a month really don't have. And so I think we need to be a little bit more understanding and accepting that many people's default position, which they haven't thought much about, will be to say, you know, they should sit down and there should be peace talks and there should be a ceasefire, because that's normally how we tend to argue that wars should end, particularly the wars that we aren't especially involved in. And if we hear that there's a war between, you know, Zambia and Mozambique or something, or Africa doesn't tend to have many kind of, or, you know, Iran and Iraq in the 1980s, I really didn't have any great sort of, you know, view as to whether Iran or Iraq were in the right. I suspected probably most of them were. So our default position as consumers of news in Western societies is the war should stop, they should have peace talks. In this situation, we all here understand why, you know, a ceasefire and peace talks is not an acceptable thing. But it's a very easy position for people to fall into who just haven't thought much about it. And so I think when we encounter those people, our first reaction should be to, you know, unless they've, you know, wearing their Jeremy Corbyn badge or their MAGA hat or whatever. But I think in most cases, our default reaction should be to go, yeah, actually, although I'd normally agree with you on peace, here's why Ukraine cannot do that. Here's why the only solution is for Ukraine to win, and then, you know, explain a bit more. And so it's just sometimes on the space, you know, we sort of go, oh, they called for peace talks, and it's like, yeah, but people will call. Lazy people will call for peace talks because it makes you look good. You know, sorry, are you not in favor of peace? Are you in favor of war? So it's, you know, this is what these kind of people say because it's just a useful default position that almost nobody will object to, and, you know, except sort of awkward people like us here. So I think we need to understand that a large number of our fellow citizens, if they woke up tomorrow and said, you know, Ukraine and Russia have announced a ceasefire, you know, troops will remain in their current positions, peace talks will begin in Geneva in a week, we would all be going, what the fuck? But about 70% of the people out there would go, thank goodness for that. So it's not an easy position. It's an easy position to sell when you have 5 minutes of somebody's time, but it's not going to become the default position of a lot of people for a very long time, if at all.
And I think we need to put ourselves back in the shoes, not of the tankies, not of the Putin lovers, but of the ordinary people who, don't like the idea, because I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that the default position in the West is that war is bad.
Well said, Nick. I mean, there's a couple of points. I can see we've got a few hands up. What you said was put really well, and I completely agree with you. The response to the situation you just posed perhaps is something which is very concise in answer, and perhaps is bullet pointed by the names of the places in Ukraine where notable massacres which will have made it onto TV news, and names nobody can ever forget: Bucha, Borodyanka, Mariupol, Irpin. Perhaps this is the answer. But your point was absolutely brilliantly put. Thank you. And it's generated a few hands up. So I think the batting order is Scribe, Gunther, and Border Collie.
May I go?
Yep, go ahead.
So I've been kind of sick for the past couple of days. Can I get a real quick summary of what's happened since Thursday?
Sure. So you can probably see by the title of the space that there is a little bit of a news blackout at the moment because Ukraine is continuing to liberate regions of Kherson, as well as other places in its country. The news blackout means that we hear quite a few sources which are open source material. You can find a few of them, no doubt, if you look around. But in general, there's a news blackout, and for good reason. So sorry to hear you've been ill. But yeah, the news blackout is for a very good reason. Ukraine is being liberated by its warriors, and every bit of ground is, as we can imagine, is being bled for. So yeah, that blackout is in place for a pretty good reason, Scribe. Thanks for your question. Gunther.
Oh, hey. So let's see. My Noam Chomsky, Chris Hayes, my congressman yesterday, there's so many people and philosophers and thought leaders and people who ought to have known better, right? Who get paid and are respected, who have, I think, been a complete letdown in this. And I think like Matthew Iglesias and Slavoj Žižek are like two people that actually surprised me by actually having some actual good and innovative things to say. I'm sort of curious as to like, has your guys' reaction been to like one pundit and intellectual and professor, whatever, just sort of fall into a pile of nonsense? Has it been as disappointing for you all as it has been for me?
I can't quite share your sentiments quite as strongly as that, Gunther, because unfortunately it's a piece of news that I may have missed. That's the best answer I can give you.
I'm just referring to all the people that are like the pro appeasement, the pro Ukraine needs a compromise, the people that completely fail to understand the situation and yet profess to be, take money and payment for,
sure. Yeah.
on the New York. Like, it's been shocking how many people have been totally wrong about this.
Yeah, and in the words of George Orwell, there is no such thing as pacifism in this war, as you and I both know. To be a pacifist is to be objectively pro-fascist, because it is enabling the aggressor in this war. So that there is no such thing as pacifism. There is no such thing
as Nick and Ben were saying earlier, as peace talks now, because peace talks now means the occupation of Ukraine, and we know that occupation by the Muscovites means genocide. So yeah, I share your frustration, sir, and yours is a point well made. And I think on that note, I'm going to hand you over to the very safe hands of Daryl. Evening, Daryl.
Hey, good evening. How about it, Wendy? How you doing?
All right, thanks, Daryl. It's great to see you up here, and I'm gonna bid you all good night and love Ukraine.
Goodbye, Wendy. Have fun. Have a great day, and inshallah, we'll see you tomorrow.
What's up, my brother? How you doing, Ben?
Not too shabby. You're here, so now I feel secure. I have to say, Wendy's nice, but he's no Daryl. You know, when you roll into town with that massive, what were you driving? An M60?
It feels like it.
Playing safe.
Yep, it feels like it though. So I hear that we're still in the blackout. So let's just pray for our brethren on the field, and let's hope and pray that as they execute this, that there's little loss of life on their end. And let's just hope the tankies are just, becoming nice fertilizer.
Yeah. Daryl, just wanted to add something. For those of you who are disappointed by the performance of Western thinkers and Western philosophers and all the people that we may have looked up to over the past years, there's one Ukrainian thinker whom I really like. He's extremely knowledgeable. He's always right, well, not right, but he's always his tone is always right, and is all very, very often extremely perceptive. His name is Volodymyr Yerelenko. He has a podcast, Ukraine Explained. He's on Twitter. He's great. I'm going to post something of his, say that I love him. And if you want to follow him, you just have to follow my tweet. He's a fantastic thinker. He's as I said, he's really great. So if you want a breath of fresh air, if you want someone really smart and who knows very, very well the specificity of Ukrainian thinking and how it integrates and dialogues with the rest of the Western tradition, you could do worse than follow that guy. And find my tweet, and you'll be with it. Daryl, maybe you didn't see the batting order. It was Border Collie whom I think had the final reply, and then we'll go to Colby, who probably wants to tell us about how the good people of St. Petersburg are warming their cold night. Border Collie, please go ahead.
Oh, thanks, guys. So I just wanted to follow up on Nick's comments. I could not agree more. I think I'm not even going to add to his comments when it comes to the casual observer. I think that's exactly right. The instinct of like your average American is, peace is good. Can we figure something out? But I think like the second order thing is for the people following the conflict a little bit more. What is the status of Crimea? And I think that's where the rubber is going to meet the road. And I think that's, so there's two schools of thought, which is Russia has, Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, and that was a crime. And now there's this opportunity to take it back. But I think, some people will ask, and I don't want everybody in the space to yell at me, but everybody will ask, if you could have peace tomorrow, and all it required was for Ukraine to return Crimea to its status of February 23rd, and whatever other reparations and stuff. But
you mean 1991?
No, I mean February 23rd. So the question is,
I said February 23rd,
we return to the
1991.
border.
Crimea was in Russian hands on February 23rd of this year.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So let's play this intellectual game.
Okay.
If Putin said, I give up everything, so my invasion is a complete failure, and I went back to the borders of February 23rd, which means he's failed in this endeavor, in the 2022 and called, fools and idiots. And I'm not saying that this is what I necessarily advocate. I don't have a strong position on it, but I think, following up on Nick's comments, we have to be careful when people say, if you tell Putin we're rolling back to the February 23 status quo, if that would result in peace, which who knows if it would, but does it make
But
sense?
what about the people? But what about those that are in danger of being under Russian rule in Ukrainian territory? That isn't peace for them, is it?
I'm not sure
Is
what that
peace. Is that peace for them?
I don't know what the question means.
Well,
Can I just help for a second?
Wait a minute, Lunchtime. The people in Crimea, you're saying leave them in Russian hands. And
I'm
asking
100% not saying that. I thought it was very clear I was not saying that. What I was saying was, we should have this discussion about if.
What's the discussion if they're still in Ukraine? What is that discussion? Because now you have taken away Ukrainian Ukrainian agency over their own territory. Are you not?
Daryl, if I may, I think we're being asked to imagine a thought experiment in which such a scenario is put in front of a large number of voters. How would they react to it? That's my understanding of what the speaker is trying to have us envisage. In other words, he doesn't approve of that.
Understood, Nick. Can we take the polling number for you? Polling number 2 months ago, as to the question, in Ukraine, by the way, as to the question whether Ukraine should pursue its full integrity, at that point in time, was 92%. Is that a good answer? Because I think it's the Ukrainians who have to decide this, right?
No,
exactly.
Axel, give me, Axel, indulge me for like 2 minutes, please. So I think, thank you. So as I've mentioned, I went to this think tank, and there are a lot of representatives of, various countries there. And I think the issue is, so yes, it's a thought experiment. So but the background is, it is a given that the Ukrainian people, it's something 90% plus, want every inch of Crimea back. So the question is, from a Western perspective, if it was possible to roll back to the February 23rd borders of this year, so that's a complete defeat for this endeavor for Putin, if that could result in peace, should the EU, the UK, and the US support that? So that's the thought experiment here. It would go against, absolutely, what the Ukrainians want. So the question is, should we entertain that? Is it reasonable? Should the Ukrainians, because of this incursion, not win the war, not win the 22 war, but should they win the 22 war and the 14 war? It is for sure that the Ukrainians, this is not just the population, by the way, this is the first level, second level, and third level of the Ukrainian government, do not want at this time to cede 1 inch of Crimea. But from the West's perspective, could there be a sense in which we say, look, guys, if you roll back to the pre-war 22 war border, is that a basis for discussions? I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it is crazy. And I will tell you, the issue here is, if that was the basis for discussions, which the Ukrainians don't want, I grant you, is that crazy?
Can I ask
Yes.
you this?
It's 100% crazy, because the Crimean Tatars, who have been held back and stayed there, are currently being thrown to the meat grinder. Yes, Crimea cannot remain in Russian hands after Bucha and after the war crimes committed. Yes, Sevastopol needs to return to its rightful owner, and that's Ukraine. Yes, Russia needs to be completely and utterly defeated, and its hegemon status redefined as having collapsed. Yes, that is exactly the policy currently undertaken by the White House. And yes, that is the policy which will be effected and executed, by the way, separately by those who actually matter, the Ukrainians. So that's the point. The thought experiment failed.
Well, the only thing I would disagree there is I don't think that the White House agrees with that. Whether it's right or wrong, I don't think the White House thinks
They haven't expressed it. Have they expressed that specifically?
They've certainly not expressed it
Have they?
publicly.
If they have not, have they expressed it specifically?
Publicly,
Because,
they not.
because
They
you're going on
certainly
a
not.
because you're going on a supposition if you say they have.
Oh, 100%. I'm going on the basis of what I hear. I think that the White House,
Hear from whom?
the White House
Hear from whom?
does not agree that.
Wait a minute. You're saying you heard from those that you hear from. Who are you hearing it from? Let's not be cagey with the people. Them. Who, in particular, is saying it?
So I follow this closely, but over the weekend I was at a conference with high-level officials from various EU countries.
High-level officials. Again, it is a lot more ambiguous.
But I could.
Let's not be ambiguous. If you were there at a conference, name them.
You don't have to believe me, but I think no, I certainly can't name them. But I don't think it's realistic to believe that the Biden administration thinks that Ukraine should take back Crimea. That's just not the situation.
Why not?
Well,
Ben Hodges, who has been in touch with this administration, says otherwise.
He says that the Biden administration thinks that we should encourage Ukraine to take back Crimea.
He says that the Biden administration will abide by everything which President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people pursue.
I think that's naive. I think the reality is the United States knows that Zelensky is subject to his people, and the people are not on board with giving up Crimea. So Zelensky answers to the people, and so that puts the United States in a difficult position. We can't tell Zelensky, go against your people. So as you said, 90% of the people.
How much more difficult a position is it? How much more difficult position are we in going all the way to the bottom of Crimea to the Kerch? How much more difficult? From right now, how much more difficult? Because it is not us. It is not us that is fighting this war.
It's not a military thing. So clearly, we could.
It is purely a military thing.
It clearly.
No, purely a military thing. There's nothing political about it.
So clearly,
you've mistaken completely. The Ukrainian command has clearly outlined what it will do. They'll be in Crimea faster than anybody in the White House can say poop.
But but what I'm saying is that to achieve a settlement, the idea would be
let me ask this
Russia could come to an theoretically. Russia could come.
Hold
let me
on
just finish. Let me just finish my thought.
Yeah, I will, but I'm going to ask you one specific question concerning this thought group that you were with. Has anyone took that to Putin? Because speaking to those that are being persecuted and being killed is not where you should begin this conversation. You should begin it on the other side of the fence, which nobody that is speaking of negotiations or otherwise are speaking to. They're speaking to the Ukrainians only. It's a one-sided who does what first.
So the
Am
people,
I correct?
the people I've heard believe that some semblance of return to the February 23rd borders, along with some other stuff, could achieve a peace that Putin would agree to.
They should all be shot if they think that they need to cater to something Putin wants to agree to.
Well,
This is the last. This
goes
no,
back
I'm
to
sorry.
the point of this goes back to Nick's point, which is we don't have to do that. We could encourage and help the Ukrainians to take back Crimea, but then potentially you just have endless war.
Not really.
Where no, on the contrary, you deny. Apologies, Dara. On the contrary, you deny Russia having a hegemon's influence. You destroy Russian imperialism for good. The nuclear triad of Russia falls apart if they cannot project power in the Black Sea. That's exactly the point.
Or
only a completely strategically impaired person, and I really doubt that Milley is strategically impaired. On the bloody contrary, I think he's one of the most sensibly, carefully planning generals there is. Only someone who's completely impaired in his worldview and historic, in considering the historic arc, would not see this opportunity for Russian imperialism to be destroyed for 100 years.
I guess the question is, in that scenario where, let's say, Ukraine takes all of Crimea tomorrow, how do we not have endless war? That's the question.
Because Russia will crawl back and be subjected to continuing sanctions. But I note that you advocate on your Twitter feed for pseudo independence, for DPR, LNR, Crimea, and some kind of declaration of non-NATO alignment. So I think your position is pretty clear.
I certainly do not advocate for that. What I heard at this weekend's conference was that was the outline.
Yeah, sorry. Please tell us which city this conference was held in.
Why is that important?
Because I don't believe it exists.
Okay, well, that's fine.
No.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Axel, can I jump in here?
Border. No. The question is, in which oblast was it held?
Okay, can Thanos say something, please? Thanos.
Damn it, this rainstorm.
We can hear you, Thanos. Thanos?
I think he's in a thunderstorm or something.
He's in a rainstorm, yeah, he's dead. Thanos, if you can hear us, you... We'll have to wait. Why don't we cycle through? Who was first? Daryl, Ben?
Colby.
I apologize.
Colby was first.
Colby, please.
I was not actually going to speak on the fire in St. Petersburg. I was going to actually say something to Gunter's point, which is a while ago now. So I will just say something about the current topic of conversation instead. The scenario that's being outlined, whereby if it was possible to have some sort of peace once the February 23rd boundaries are reached, that scenario would not be a lasting or enduring peace at all. So the notion that some sort of peace could be achieved, if at all possible, it would be certainly a temporary peace and not a lasting one. So it would be entirely pointless for Ukraine to agree to those terms. And I think Ukraine knows that. So it is totally unacceptable for anybody in Western governments to pressure Ukraine into making that deal with Russia, because it is not in anybody's interest, not Ukraine's, not our interests either. It's incredibly short-sighted. And the people that are suggesting that we should do this are simply fools who have no strategic concept at all here, and they're the same people that are responsible for this whole mess in the first place. The same people that were selling all of our countries out to the Kremlin and to the Chinese as well. They're all of these. This is Olaf Scholz thinking these people are the fifth column in our countries, and we need to stop listening to them.
Thanks, Kobe. Everybody always wants to talk peace to the ones that are being prosecuted, but never to the guy that's sitting in the Kremlin. The last person that did that, he got egg on his face, Mr. Macron. He got egg on his face. So why would anybody else think that there will be anything different when you come to him with a capitulation list? Oh, you're going to give me this? Well, you'll give me this too, is usually and probably going to be his answer, because he won't accept just what you came with. Let's see. I'm going to go.
Daryl?
Yeah,
It was
go ahead, Ben.
Chris first, followed by Jens, War Pigeon, and Bloke just arrived.
All right. You got the con on that. Go for it.
Okay, mic check, guys.
Loud and clear.
Oh, thanks. Okay, look, I'll be quick so that everybody can get up. But in this negotiation, I'm going to start with the eastern borders of Ukraine in 1919. So that's where we need to start. Instead of thinking about where we were on the 24th of Feb, let's go back to 1919, right? Because then the people that are saying this will get the bloody message, right? That the Russians have been taking over land and killing people in Crimea for hundreds of years, right? How can people not see that if they give Putin anything, he's won? I just don't get it. That's me. Thank you.
All right. Who was next, Ben?
Jens.
Yeah, I just want to say to the speaker who brought this up, who prefaced this by saying this would be unpopular and might be shouted down. I'm not going to shout down, but I think it's an outrageously absurd suggestion that we somehow magically go back to February 23. And what are we going to do in this thought experiment? Are we going to unkill the kill, unrape the rape, and pretend nothing happened? I think it's we are not going to have a perpetual war. Once Russia has been pushed out or killed in Ukraine, NATO will roll in or invite Ukraine into NATO, and then Russia will cease to be a problem. I think when you refuse to say which city or which conference or whatever, it sounds to me like when people say, I'm not saying this, but some people are saying this. To me, it triggers red flags, and I find this incredibly absurd.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if rolling back to the February 23 borders is absurd,
Border.
rolling
There's
back
no chance.
to
Wait.
14
No.
borders,
No. There's no chance to interrupt, Jens. You were people allowed you to speak. Jens is being exceedingly polite. Please go ahead, Jens. Border. Next time you interrupt people, I will have to talk you down. Jens, please go ahead.
So actually, initially, I would kind of disagree with what Nick said, which to some extent triggered this absurdity. I think that people come in here and they can argue for peace, and they will be addressed depending on how many trolls we have with a level of patience. And if sometimes these guys who argue for peace, they go through the list where they get closer or closer to this is all a NATO, George Soros conspiracy. I think that depending on the co-host, that people are allowed to express themselves and are given the benefit of the doubt. So I don't really see the problem that Nick is addressing, and I also think that yeah, I'm gonna stop here.
Where are you gonna stop, Jens?
No, but I'm just honestly, this is shocking to me. This thought experiments, I don't know. It sounds like something the progressive Democrats would have to roll back.
Jens, Jens, I consider I'm a Democrat, and I can tell you this: you get this from both sides. People on both sides of that extreme want to see peace, albeit capitulation by the Ukrainians, because one is going to say it's costing too much, the other one is going to say, "What about at home?" And that's the two sides of that coin, that same coin of them saying that. So
yeah.
We can't just say just one side. It'll be it's both. Okay.
I just read a far left Danish person who said that who really just basically argued for the surrender of Ukraine for the safety of the rest of the world. So I try to stay on my side of the island and deal with the crazy leftists.
I got you. All right, Ben, next. Thanks, Jens. Who was next, Ben?
Me
I
finding the
believe I was.
button is next. Our Polish friend was next.
All right.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you well.
Great. So I totally agree with everything Jens said. And I also wanted to add to this that, well, the vast majority of the people here support Ukraine because of the humanitarian and the justice aspect of it. People are being genocided, raped, murdered, robbed, and all kinds of horrendous stuff is happening entirely because of Russia and the insidious empire which it's trying to recreate. But since we're doing thought experiments, let's do a thought experiment that for a minute.
You're not gonna do me that way, are you, War Pigeon?
Sorry?
I said you're not gonna do me that way too, are you?
No,
All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that since we're doing thought experiments, let's do a 30-second thought experiment where we're only talking about the West and the interest of the West. So we have a country that attacked a different country, meaning Ukraine, where the innocent country that got attacked shares our values, has binding contracts, international protection contracts with the West. And we have a Russia which is basically destroying infrastructure in the West, waging economic war against us also, because that's a thought experiment, and I know that Ukraine is the most important argument here. But basically, what Putin is doing is waging a hybrid war against us. So if we allow him to do that, looking at only Western interests, what signal would that be to the rest of the world? What kind of a signal would that be to China? And how are we supposed to, getting back to the real or imaginary conference that our previous speaker said, how are we supposed to treat this as somehow beneficial to Western interests? Somebody attacks us, and we're letting him get away with it, and that's supposed to make us safer in some way. So I just wanted to address this because it's another time that I'm hearing, a narrative where it's okay, we have to be fair towards the Ukrainians, but the pragmatic interest of the West is to just call for peace right now. No, it's not in the interest of the West.
It's definitely not in the interest of Ukrainians, of course, but it's also not in our interest, because we need to show the authoritarian regimes of the world that you can't just attack the West. Otherwise, if we let them get away with it, the world is gonna get a lot more bloody and a lot more dangerous for everyone. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on it.
Well, I don't think I see anything wrong with what you're saying, because that's exactly the point that we're trying to make here. Let Ukraine win this, so we are not in the situation, in that exact thought experiment that you are speaking about. Am I correct?
Well, I think so. So where do these narratives come from that getting back to the February 23rd boundaries and letting Putin get away with genocide somehow works in the favor of European countries or of the collective West? Because I really don't get that point. How is this good for anyone, apart from Putin?
My question is, are those people that are in these think tanks, did they formerly live under Russian control? Because undoubtedly they're having some revisionist history, I'm sure.
May I?
Sure.
Okay, first of all, this is not a thought experiment. This is actually repeating exactly the same mistakes that have been done previously and hoping for a different result. There have been constant negotiations with Russia in good faith. Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons in order to get guarantees from Russia, which they you hot mic, Daryl, which they ignored, every single one of them. So there are no negotiations possible with a country that will not negotiate and has never honored a single agreement it has ever made. So this is not a thought experiment. It is repeating the same mistakes continually. And that's what's so breathtakingly dumb about it. It will fail. In fact, it's quite the opposite. What you're proposing is actually going to guarantee nuclear proliferation. You'll never ever be able to convince another country again to give up its nuclear weapons, because clearly that's the only way you can defend yourself when against a country, an imperial power like Russia, because no agreements will ever be honored. Secondly, you're hoping for some sort of magical different result when it's been clearly proven over and over and over again. Do we need to go through the list? Chechnya 1, Chechnya 2, Syria, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, Crimea in 2014, and Ukraine now. What on earth makes you think that it is even possible to sign an agreement with these people? It is impossible. The only option, okay, is that Russia be defeated and ejected so that they are taught that they cannot commit an aggression against a sovereign state, commit a genocide, and get away with it with their power still intact. And if you want to guarantee nuclear confrontations forever, then reward nuclear blackmail, reward a genocide, and repeat the same stupid mistakes that have been made over and over again. And finally, I'll say one last thing. The people who understand this are people in Eastern Europe and the Russians themselves, like Garry Kasparov, who has said and warned repeatedly, he predicted this. He said that if you don't confront a dictator, the price only goes up. Now, I don't know what the next price is going to be, but I have children and I want them to be safe. And I am not going to let this stand, because if we do, you are guaranteeing future wars. So this is ass backwards. And finally, one thing, Putin understands you, but you do not understand Putin. So Putin understands that he can intimidate, instill fear, and in a democratic nation, people who want peace will be tricked and intimidated. What you don't understand about Putin is Putin only understands one thing. He's an authoritarian dictator. He doesn't care about his standing in the world. He doesn't care about any morals. He doesn't care if he's even committing. In fact, he gave a medal to the people who committed the massacres and genocide at Bucha. He doesn't care about how he's perceived. There is only one thing he understands, and that is consequences. He cares about himself. So the only way to stand, and most of us learn this in kindergarten, the only way to stand up to a bully is to confront them. Everything else fails. And there hasn't been a single time in history ever when this has succeeded. So I don't know how you can repeat the same behavior and expect a different result. The only thing that will guarantee peace so that Putin doesn't do this again, let alone other authoritarian dictators who are looking at this with interest because they have their own designs. And if they see this and they say, oh yeah, that works, commit a genocide, yeah, the West will just continue to buy your oil, invade a sovereign country, use nuclear blackmail, they'll all cave. That's what he was counting on. He was absolutely counting on useful idiots caving to him. The only way to stop this is to confront him. And that's the only thing that will be successful. And it's the only thing that's ever been successful throughout history. Thank you.
Thanks, Bo. You know, this whole thought experiment, we've been on it for how long at this point? And it's all because we have all said this repeatedly about these capitulation agreements to Putin. And I don't know how far in the rabbit hole people have to go to understand that Putin is not our friend. He will never be anyone's friend. He has a transactional relationship in which it costs blood. And it's not always Russian blood. It is the blood of whatever country he goes in, whether it be in Africa, whether it be in South America, whether it be in the Far East. Wherever they go, it costs blood. And that's the only transaction that comes out of it. He gets money, you get dead. So, with that said, Ben, who's next? And I hope we can move away from the silly season on this capitulation.
Okay, Daryl, you know what I love with you is your infinite sense of optimism, because there's about 35 people waiting to come up on the
all right,
panel.
come on, Abby.
Yeah,
Come on, Abby.
Daryl, this is a critical point. It should be explored in depth. So don't try to divert away from it.
Okay. Y'all want to go into it?
I think
Here we go.
next. Wait, Leonard. I think Patty was first, and then it's you, Erland, and Chris.
Thank you so much. Bloke, you are hitting it on the head of the nail. I mean, it is absolutely. First off, Putin has been training for this for how many years? I mean, psychologically, he's been playing with everybody's brains for how long? But you have hit it right on the head. I mean, you sit there and you think about the Budapest Memorandum. I mean, we have the Russian-Ukrainian Friendship Treaty. nothing that they have said that they were going to stand with in agreement with other countries to allow Ukraine to be a sovereign nation has even they've broken it all. Everything that was promised has been broken in almost all the nations that they have gone into in the block there. So why in the world would anyone in their right mind think that by pacifying them, by giving them, okay, walk away with Crimea, is not going to sit there and say, okay, we're letting you have this, you know, even after you've torn the country, you know, the eastern part of the country apart with no consequences whatsoever. It, I mean, Bloke, you nailed it. I can't say much more. I mean, there is a line of where any country, it doesn't even have to be a country that is in NATO. It could be a country that is in NATO. What country would give up any part of their land to such barbaric, horrible people? I mean, it's not just Putin. I mean, because if you sit there and you look at this, the people are allowing this to happen. It's not. It's ingrained in them. I've finally this sunk in. You know, like a few months ago, it is sunk in. They're allowing this to happen. I mean, what other country do you know where they would go in? Like, let's just say the United States started going after Mexico. What do you think would happen? The people here would uprise. So
taking your point, I'm sorry, taking your point, think about what South America would do in itself if we were to do that.
That's it. That's it in a nutshell. That, I mean, but the people here, how many of us would like revolt against it? Because it's just, it's ridiculous to go and invade another country, and it's not just the fact that they're invading, they're committing genocide. Russia is committing genocide. How can anybody condone that by going ahead and pacifying them? It's just insanity in my mind. Thank you for letting me come up. And Bloke, thank you for speaking almost everything that I was thinking. So thank you.
Appreciate it, Patty. All right, Ben. Who's next, Ben?
Shite. It was Erland, Chris, and whenever you want, you can bring the mic back to Border.
Yeah, well, I also want to second Bloke, and I want to finish the thought experiment with this thing. So the scenario now is the Ukrainians have basically obliterated whatever of the invading army that came into Ukraine. This was probably the best forces Russia had. Some of them are left, but most of them are either killed in action or without a leg, or captured by the Ukrainians. Whatever is pouring in now is whatever reservists they had, and it's going pretty badly for the Russians right now. The Ukrainians are inching forward on almost every part of the the territories that they are actually trying in the east, Far East, and in the Kherson areas. they are taking out enormous amounts of Russians. If you look into certain sources, even if there is a blackout, the results are incredible. So let's say that we agree to this terms of the thought experiment. The Russians have consumed the thought of Ukrainians as a people not existing, and they have also consumed the thought of Ukrainians being full of Nazis and whatever president or whatever leader comes after Putin will probably be elected by the people who now believe that Ukrainians does not exist, that Ukrainians are eating children and are Nazis and whatever. What kind of president will they elect? Probably someone even more extreme than Russia, than Putin. And even if he stays until he's 90 in a wheelchair, in 10 years, what's the situation gonna be? He's going to be in a better strategical position if we agree to the terms of the thought experiment, in capacity to continue to strike Ukraine with missiles and invade its territory to commit another genocide. And now Ukraine has the chance to push them away from Crimea and also liberate the rest of Donetsk and Luhansk, which are Ukrainian territories. And I do not believe that the Ukrainian army need to fight to the last inch of their territories, because as at least what I can see is that a Russian army, which is on the brink of collapse, their logistics are destroyed. They are rolling in 1950s equipment and soldiers with 2 weeks of not really training. They're not soldiers, as some guys like to say here. They're normal people taken from the streets in green uniforms, and they don't stand a chance when the line collapses. So now the chance is to push them out, and I'm pretty sure that when Ukraine has reached Sevastopol, the rest of the remaining forces in Crimea will pull out. And probably this is going to happen in Donetsk and Luhansk as well. Why give this chance up now? Why would you even be thinking that this is a smart thing to do? I do not understand the logic of this thought experiment. I'm though open for these kind of discussions, even though I think it is fueled by Russian propaganda, which is infiltrated the far right and the far left of both European politics and American politics. In Italy, for instance, is a totally fueled, like the media is totally fueled by Russian propagandists, and a lot of Italians commit to this thought. Fortunately, even the far right government, probably by some reasoning, talking to people that really know the situation, have understood what situation Ukraine and the West is in, and actually are standing behind the Ukrainians because they know, and I think this is purely a strategic decision, they know that they need to stand on the winning side, and that will be the Ukrainian side. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you, Erlen.
Смерть ворогам.
Smert ворогам.
All right, Chris. Good evening. Go ahead, Chris.
Actually, I skipped Leonard.
Okay, Leonard, go for it, man.
I'm here. I'm here. Sorry, guys. Just having finger trouble. Again, I'll try and be brief. Let's take what Bloke said and add 15 countries and 5 past Putins. Now, I can't quite remember all of these countries, but we start with Finland. I'm sure Axel or somebody can help me here, right? But you start with Finland, and then you go all the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary. Which ones am I missing out here, right? But basically, there are about 20 countries that Russia has done this to since the early 1900s, and there have been 4 or 5, is it, whatever it is, again, somebody can help me out here, past Putin's. So this is not like just 5 or 6 countries that Russia has done this. This is like 20. I'm sure somebody knows the exact number. It's about 20, and it's about 5 past Putin's. So how many times are we going to give Russia the opportunity to do this before we say stop?
I can say 0, but that's the rest of the world that needs to speak. But as long as we can support Ukraine here now, we start rolling that clock back. Poland, Hungary, those guys rolled it back early on. Although Hungary is trying to do it again, but that's neither here nor there. But Poland, Latvia, Estonia, those countries, they said firmly, no, we're not. Finland, they fought for theirs, and they are not going. They're not going either. So we are hoping. We can only hope that other countries, seeing that Ukraine has stood up, and that 20 starts getting fewer and fewer, to where Russia is only intact within its own their own border. I'm not going to say traditional border, because their tradition is to expand beyond what is Russia on the map. So, Leonard, go for it, man. Good evening.
Thank you, Daryl, and good evening to you too, sir. I just wanted to refer back briefly to the comments that our Polish friend had made there a few moments ago. I think that's War Pigeon. And I would just suggest that with reference to Border Collie, that he may want to pay very close attention to what War Pigeon had said. And being from Poland, he has a particular and acute insight into what may be going on with respect to the Russian Federation, and specifically what has gone on with respect to not just Russian Federation policy, but Russian policy going back at least 80 years. And essentially what Border Collie is proposing, and I didn't catch his exact references, but he was bottom line suggesting that there is a certain sentiment, if you will, within, say, the National Security Council in the United States, that Crimea is an exigible item on the negotiating agenda. And I would just point out 2 things with reference to Mr. Border Collie. And the first is that I'm going to suggest, sir, that you are engaging us in perhaps a little bit of intellectual dilettantism. And the reason being, there is no cogent expression of that sentiment anywhere out of either the National Security Council or the State Department. And I would just refer you back to about a month ago. And there is an organization called the Crimea Council. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, but it is an organization created within Ukraine that is endorsed by all of the, shall we say, at least the Anglosphere nations and significant nations within NATO. And specifically, that organization was addressed about a month ago by the British Prime Minister, the British Foreign Secretary, the Canadian Prime Minister, and the Canadian Foreign Secretary, and a number of British MPs, members of Parliament, who were actually in Kiev for the presentations that were made with respect to the Crimea Council. Keeping in mind that the British Prime Minister spoke out specifically on this point, and he made it a crystal clear statement of support for the absolute return of Crimea to Ukraine, to its rightful place, to Ukrainian sovereignty at the earliest possible moment, and with the complete support of the entire British foreign policy apparatus. And that's without getting into the military apparatus. And the further consideration, there was some suggestions made that we could go back to 1919, et cetera, and consider what the appropriate boundaries for Russia and as between Russia and Ukraine were. The fact of the matter is that as recently as 2014, there was no dispute whatsoever in terms of international law or the international arena as to the fact that Crimea was a legitimate part of Ukraine, and also that applied to the Donbass. So both parts of the Donbass. And the entire unraveling that occurred with the Minsk agreements after the Crimean invasion, the Crimean annexation, which led directly to Putin's military intervention in the Donbass under precisely the same disguise and guise of the terms that the Nazi Germans used in going into Poland in 1939, September 1, 1939. That is why I would suggest that Mr. Border Collie have some reference to our Polish friend, because he is acutely aware of the long, extensive history of Russian transgressions and Russian aggressions. And the bottom line being that, Mr. Border Collie, what you're suggesting, in effect, I would point out to you, is a direct equivalent to the Molotov-von Ribbentrop Pact that was entered August 25th, 1939, 1 week before the annexation of Poland by the German Nazi Wehrmacht, and also the same 1 week before the declaration of war between England and the British Empire against the Germans for that very aggression. Okay, so what you're fundamentally suggesting, I would suggest, and if you care to refute this, kindly come back and give some direct reference points in terms of your suggestions as to U.S. policy. Because what I'm going to tell you is that official U.S. policy, tempered by British and Canadian policy, and backed up by the entire NATO apparatus behind that, is directly contrary to what you're suggesting. And there's no hint whatsoever that been put into the blogosphere, the geosphere, or any other sphere that anyone in the West is backing away from a 100% commitment to Crimea and Ukraine. And for you to suggest so and to suggest otherwise is a direct bonus play, a direct free shot given to the Russian Federation and to Putin for no justification and no justified basis whatsoever. Yes, thank you, and kindly do give further particulars if you, in fact, do have any in your bag of tricks, which I suspect does not exist. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Leonard. All right. Raver, I see you up there. Erlander. And then, who's that? Blossom? All right. Go for it.
Hey, Daryl, the reason I wanted to come up is starting from the Northwest and only counting countries that lost territory to Russia while not being an access partner. We have Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, Georgia. This is all since the end of the Russian Revolution. Tajikistan, China, Japan. So yeah, just about everybody that they bordered. And the only reason Turkey didn't lose anything is Russia lost World War I. So yeah, Russia has been expanding almost nonstop since the end of the Russian Civil War. I mean, it was expanding before that, but the Bolsheviks coming to power didn't really change anything. It's still an empire bent on conquest. It always has been. And if we add installed governments and include former Axis or former occupied countries, we can add Yugoslavia, Hungary, Afghanistan. Well, I forgot about Moldova with Transnistria. So this is a country that does not respect borders. It never has, and it likely never will until it is smacked so hard that it goes the way of Rome.
Why doesn't it return?
Daryl, you went digital on me. Was that on my end or your end?
Daryl, I think there's a problem with your mic.
Yeah, Daryl, you have some connection issues, I believe. I'm just gonna keep on.
Go ahead, Erland.
Yeah. Well, so I just want to say to Border Collie that I don't believe it doesn't sound like you're for me coming from a position where you're you know, we had some trolls here basically putting up some conspiracy theories, etc., etc. I think that these thoughts are genuine and the concerns are genuine, but they are fueled by things that are not factual. And for instance, so Russia is trying as hard as they can to do some sort of divide and conquer. They're not succeeding though, because there are a lot of signs that whatever you suggest, that for instance taking back Crimea is a no-go for the United States or the Western allies, for that matter, it's not true, because we have seen several attacks deep within Crimea, Kerch Bridge, the airports, and also other partisan movements inside of Crimea. And what was the response of the West? It was giving more weapons to Ukraine. Unfortunately, we haven't seen them getting 100 ATACMS, but we have seen them getting vast amount of HIMARS, a lot of HARM missiles, which are taking out air defense systems all over